Hello everyone, how's it going? And a welcome to a brand new week of streams on July 2024. Hello. Alright, so yeah, new week. Second half of July is a go. Hopefully everyone's week has been starting off pretty well. Mine has been pretty good so far, I want to say. Was fairly productive on my days off as well, and otherwise had a pretty relaxing time. Just, you know, having some fun. Shutting off my mind, didn't really do much in the way of work stuffs. Although, this week we do have some stuffs. Of course, the big one is Summer 7 on NA tomorrow. Wow.
How's your balls? Still hanging?
Hopefully. They were, you know, when I checked like an hour ago. So, that's pretty good. Otherwise, I don't know, maybe a cause for alarm. Balls are meant to be hanging. Okay. So, but yeah, tomorrow is Summer 7 start for NA. Gonna be rolling for Lady Avalon, and I believe Summer Gareth, I think, is the 4-star on it, right? Yeah. That should be pretty fun. At least I actually have a good amount of courts because of the anniversary, so hopefully can get all the stuff I want and still have maybe something left for the second banner, which is Summer Ibuki, and I believe that's gonna land on Monday, right? If we go by JP's schedule, yeah, it's gonna be on Monday. And then the final third banner with Summer Scotty will be on 1 week later on Thursday since the event begun. So we're gonna have to do like a bonus stream on Monday, but no worries. I do what must be done. Is this the game where Arquette came from? No, that would be Tsukihime. This is canonically the first story Nasu ever wrote. So there's that. I think it was Tsukihime number 2 or 3. I always forget which way is which, Kara no Kyoka and Tsukihime. But this was like the first one he actually wrote. Even though this came out way after many other works because of stuffs. So it's a whole ordeal. But yeah, no Arquette in this one. We have Aoko instead as the main heroine. Okay. Whole week of having to endure not to roll, yeah. I'm still gonna go for every servant though, of course. I think Summer Scotty definitely interests me the most. She's my favorite of the new summer units. Oh yeah. Also remind me, was it Summer Wu on her banner as well? That's kind of nice if that's the case, because I think Wu is also my favorite of the 4-stars as well this time around. So that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, Summer Wu is a nice glow up for her, in my opinion. Very, very solid. Okay. But yeah, before tomorrow, we have today. The calm before the storm, I guess. I'm expecting tomorrow to be fairly chill, all things considered. But I guess you never know. But yeah, today, gonna be continuing on that Maho Tsukai no Yoru, the Witch of the Holy Night. We're getting fairly close to the end as far as I understand, but people were saying last time that there might be like 3 or 4 more sessions, today included. So we'll see. Again, I don't know. But, progress will be made nonetheless. Oh yeah. It's probably gonna be a pretty chill day. But, the game is a bit tense on the story right now, because again, we're basically in the end game, if you will. Other streams this week besides today and tomorrow, I'm doing more Sporkle on Friday actually. Yeah, the fun quiz website that I did one time on stream not too long ago, and it left me wanting for more. I mean, obviously I'm not great at trivia or too smart in general, but it's just fun to do stuff like that. It's also like one of my highlights when I do Persona 5 as well, with the crossword puzzles and whatnot. I like those. And speaking of which, obviously Sunday games are back on Sunday this week, so expect to see more P5 and Elden Ring on Sunday. What chapter are we in? I think I'm in the start of 11. I could be wrong, but we're about to see the second. But yeah, anyway, hopefully everyone's having a good week, and hopefully today will be good. Oh yeah, as a heads up, I don't think Daryl might join today because something came up in like real life, so he had to be somewhere else. But I'm sure we'll see him tomorrow again. But hey, we have coin toss here. Not that we probably need too much moderation today because these streams are pretty chill. We don't have storm requests. No one's gonna like, you know, say anything crazy on chat probably. So, you know, it's fine. Alright, let's see here. Hello. Wow, it's me with my Buster shirt. Wow. How about it? So yeah, let's press continue. So yeah, I sadly couldn't like stop last time between chapters because, you know, I wanted to start the chapter because we still had a bunch of time left before the stream was going to be over, but there was going to be apparently so much left of this chapter that there was no way I could have done like enough overtime to finish it. So we're kind of here immediately in the chapter. But yeah, as far as I remember, this is very early on in like chapter 11. In fact, can I check from the here? Yeah, because I saved last time on the witch on the whole. Oh wait, no, these are save slots, not the chapter slots. Anyway, I'm pretty sure it's 11, so no worries. Okay. Don't know what time the summer live stream is in the UK. Pretty sure you're well asleep by then, unless you have a really bad sleeping schedule. Even UK people will be sleeping by then, I'm pretty sure. It's probably like around midnight or after that. I'm not sure. Bottom line is I never check the time really because I never am awake myself for those streams. So I assume there's gonna be a maintenance. So the stream happens, maintenance, I'm gonna wake up to maintenance, and then like I think 2 hours later after I wake up, the game goes live after the maintenance, which will give me like around 2 to 3 hours before I do my stream. So yeah, it's not going to be immediately there when the maintenance ends because I only really do that on JP. So why is but I just noticed my freaking my speaker on my desk was like, it was like angled. I guess some cord was lifting it up. Okay, that was weird. Anyway, fixed. 3 a.m. for you or 2 a.m. for UK. Yeah, that's pretty late even for you guys because you guys have like the westernmost time zone in Europe, right? I think. So it's even later for me. It's like 2 hours later for me. So never would I be awake at that hour. Anyway, let us commence Maho Yoruing. So we're still at the church. By evening, only Soujyuro remained in the chapel. Also, what am I doing on this overlay? I just realized. I'm not using this for Bahoyoru. I'm using this. My bad. Okay, let me fix it. Okay. I knew I forgot something. That looked a bit off. Because now we want to be able to see all the text. Aha. There we go. That's way better. Okay, now my camera or anything else won't be blocking the text. He sat alone at the end of a pew, slouching helplessly like a guilty believer ready to confess. The chilly air seeped through the walls, turning breath to mist. Pog me! Wow. Good start. The frigid air stole the heat from the body without mercy. He looked around at the chapel's tall ceiling and spacious hall. The room made the air feel colder somehow. Hello, Dima. Unsure of what to do with himself, he stared into space. His thoughts were entirely unfocused. First and foremost, he could not understand what the buzzing sensation was in his chest. Time passed by, no answers came. To onlookers, he must have seemed deep in thought, or in a deep sleep, like he would turn to stone if let be. Either way, he clearly looked down. Hey Leon, how you doing, man? The problem was his lack of awareness. Not that he was aware of it, of course.
Oh yeah. 夜間の礼拝とは関心です。
Is this the Satsi priest guy? Yeah, it is. He looks so sus, dude. Soujyuro raised his head and turned to where the voice had come from. Stood before the altar was the man from last night, dressed in priestly garbs. How long had he been standing there? Sound reverberated dryly throughout the chapel hall. He did not have the strength to stand, let alone leave. He just stared at the approaching shadow.
もっともこの教会に精霊なんていませんけどね。ここ座りますがよろしいですか？
It's friendly at least. The priest pointed at Soujyuro's pew. Without waiting for an answer, he took a seat at the opposite end.
改めて挨拶を。私は文塚エイリ。この教会の何なんでしょ
Oh,
う。
they wrote
書類の上では
zoo
持
with
ち主になるんでしょうか。
zoo. It's always weird when they do that, but yeah. It's one of the localizations, I guess. It just doesn't really match the actual pronunciation. Okay. Well, there he is, formally introduced.
あなたは静木宗十郎君ですか。なるほど。確かにユイカには。
Wow, did he just insult him in a very, like, subtle way? Wow. It's like he's so uninteresting or something. Father Eiri spoke with a gentle but uninvested tone. He was a thorough egoist. Soujyuro knew all too well about people who spoke this way. The individual who cared for him then or when he first came down from the mountain was one of them. He glanced across him apathetically. Father Eiri seemed unfazed by the lack of direction to the conversation.
少し君と話がしたいのですが。よ。
He responded with a nod. Father Eiri replied with a artificial smile.
青子が心配のようですね。
別に律香さんにもそう聞かれましたけど、青崎の心配はしていないんです。
Soujyuro stared straight ahead as he answered, his voice sounding uncharacteristically weak and unsure. Hello, Mana, how's it going?
けど今はずっと彼女のことが気にかかっている。それがなんだかわからなくて、さっきから考えてる最中です。
簡単ですよ。君は単に青子に嫉妬しているのです。
With those few words, Soujyuro snapped out of his funk. He clapped his hands and turned toward the priest.
そっか。俺は単に青崎が。
Hello, sleepy as well. How's your Wednesday?
いや、でもそれは困るな。自分の中にそういうところがあるなんて気づきもしなかった。
Father Eiri did not respond to his confession-like ramblings.
それで話っていうのは何ですか？
いえ、話というより質問です。君は今まで山奥に住んでいたと聞きました。そこで一つ、どうしても気
Is
になる。
Tsukihime different? Well, it's the same universe, but yeah, as far as I know, it is pretty different.
気になることですか？
Although a lot of Nasu stories have a lot of similarities to them, so I'm sure it has many things like that too.
はい。おそらく今まで誰もあなたにこの手の質問をしなかったのでしょう。それはあなたが他人にその手の不安を感じさせないからです。実際私もそう思いますし。ですからまあこれも縁ですし、私も肩書きがこれですしね。迷える子羊がいるんですから、それなりの務めを果たさないと後ろめたいというから。
Father Eiri looked at Soujyuro placidly. His pupils were like black holes that could suck the soul out of your body.
おかしなことが気になるんですね。その質問というのは。
いえ、ごく自然の疑問ですよ。あなたはなぜ山から降りてきたのか。そこでなら君は幸福だったでしょう。
Yeah, true. We never found out why, right? I just realized that. like why he came down to Misaki City from his life. Yeah, I'm sure we will, but yeah, I just realized that we never did find out so far. He was not sure what he had done, but it sounded as though the priest was accusing him of something. Then again, it was a reasonable question, if a little pointless. He had no answer. Father Eiri ignored the sullen boy and continued.
山での生活がいかに厳しいものかは、私も人並みには知っています。若い頃、ちょっとした手違いで遭難したこともありますしね。山での生活はこの上なく簡素です。何しろ生きること以外に時間を割く余裕がない。楽しむために生きるのではなく、生きるためにただ生きる。山での生活に比べれば、都市のあり方は楽園以外の何者でもないでしょう。ですが、楽園の定義は人それぞれです。
Soujyuro still did not answer. His expression remained blank. The only sound was the priest's voice echoing around the chapel.
一粒の種の誕生すら喜びになる生活。電気の明かりがどれだけ暖かでも、自然のままの厳しい寒さを君は尊んでいたはずです。なのになぜ降りてきたのですか？山にいれば君は幸せだったでしょうに。
Father Eiri repeated his question. Soujyuro's mouth remained firmly shut. Not because he did not want to answer, but because he simply did not know how to. All he knew was even if he wanted to go back, he could not.
困ったものです。そこをはっきりさせないことにはいつまでも救いがない。故郷を捨てた理由もわからないのに、旅先の土地を愛することなんてまっとうな人間。
So it's a fate game or something? Well, it's not a fate game, but it is the same universe that follows the same logic and rules and, you know, everything like that. It's also written by Mr. Kinoko Nasu. So, technically yes, but also no.
これは忠告ですが、すべてを無条件に肯定したところで幸福になれるとは限りません。あなたはもう少し自分の心を許してあげないと。
Soujyuro could not make sense of what he was being told. Only the father's last words made any impression on him. Being fairer to yourself is easier said than done, of course. And what that entailed, he was uncertain of.
そういえば。
Toko had mentioned something similar before, and it had impressed him. First her, now this priest. How could people know things he hadn't even told them?
すごいですね。神父さんっていうのはみんなそうなんですか？
He said, curious as to where the weight on his shoulders had gone to. In a way, one of his strong points is the fact that his emotional scars do not show on the surface.
ええ、神父は悩みを暴くのが仕事ですから。
I'm planning on playing Tsukihime as well. Yeah, for sure. Maybe not immediately after this, because I don't even have the game. But, yeah, I do want to read it, of course.
大抵は暴くだけで埋めるのに失敗するんですけどね。
悩みを暴くって、つまり相談事ですか？
そういうソフトなのも承っています。私が解決できる悩みなど。
I mean, ideally, I'd like to go through all Type Moon stuff eventually, because I do like the universe and Nasu stuffs and whatnot, but there's a lot to cover, obviously. But I'm taking things pretty slowly right now, and it's kind of fun. The priest shrugged, looking a little disconcerted. Granted, Soujyuro still did not trust Father Eiri at all, but at that moment, anyone was a ray of light in his eyes.
じゃあ、たかが知れた程度の悩みを聞いてもらえますか？
君が青子をなぜ羨むかですね。
It was as though the priest could see into the boy's soul with his serene eyes.
まあ、そういうことです。自分でもどうしてそう思うのかがわからない。でもあなたならそれを知ってそうだ。
知りませんけど、まあ、無責任に答えましょうか。それはおそらく あなたには根拠がないからですよ。
Definitely not a lack of physical foundation, though we saw that already earlier. But rather, I guess, a mental one.
自分の色がないと例えた方が正確ですが。
Soujyuro squinted, trying to understand the priest's complicated yet concise answer.
ほら、そこです。君に優れた部分があるとしたら、その順応性です。山という異界から町に降りて、一人で暮らしていけたこと。ようやく慣れた常識の中で、青子たちという非常識と関わっても暮らしてい
So I
る。
guess he's really aware of their situation.
そうであると努めているにしても、あなたの順応性は際立っている。原因は知りませんが、君には初めから自我というものが第一に現れてはいないのです。何事にも対応できるものの、種に交わるほど器用でもない。
Yeah, he's kind of special, alright.
強いて言うのなら、色の乗っていない空白ですかね。風景に溶け込む自然さは素晴らしい人徳ですが、自我がないということは居場所がないということですから、いいことばかりじゃありません。
Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. It's like sneeze 6 of the day already or something. In Fate, the church is always sus. I mean, yeah, because it's the faction of the church is a whole deal. So yeah, obviously they're a bit deeper than, you know, churches in the real life tend to be.
ユイカにまで見えないというのは予想以上でしたが、姿なき精霊すら捉えるあれが見えなかったのですから、君の無欲ぶりも筋金入りだ。
As if amused by something, Father Eiri grinned. However, Soujyuro understood neither the meaning of his smile nor his words.
憶測に過ぎませんが、青子はあなたを見て反感を覚えたと思いますよ。自分のないあなたは自己を押し通してきた彼女にとって認めがたいものだったでしょうから。
Hello, nutcase.
そして同時にあなたは青子に自分ではどうしても手に入れられないものを見てしまった。言葉にするとくだらない表現になりますが、そういうことです。先ほどは嫉妬と言いましたが、それは訂正しましょう。君は青子に、いや、
What was he gonna say? Ooh. Interesting.
言葉にするのはそれこそ野暮だ。
You can probably imagine what he was gonna say. Father Eiri smiled gently. It was a fresh-faced grin that belied his age. Whenever it came to Aoko, he seemed to forget his role as a priest. But that was irrelevant to Soujyuro.
神父さん、それで結局自分は青子のどこら辺に憧れてるんですか？
He responded to Father Eiri's rambling by being direct. Some would say the priest had been direct himself, but this was Soujyuro, and he needed things spelled out. Yeah, if this was Reddit, his favorite subreddit would be explain like I'm 5 years old.
今のでもわからないと参りましたね。こういうことは言葉を尽くすほど実感が湧かないものですが、まあ私も神父と呼ばれる身です。少し切り口を変えて代弁してみましょう。あなたは青子の過去を知っていますか？
詳しくは知りません。高校デビューとかおかしな言葉を口にしてましたけど。
全く知らないということですね。いいでしょう。ではしずきくん、虐待のない例え話ですが、君は突然自殺しろと言われて従えますか？
Oh, that's a bit direct.
自殺ですか？
そう、自殺です。神父である私が
I can see a thunderbolt behind him right now.
まあ、私は格好だけなのでいいでしょう。青子はね、近いことを求められたのです。15歳の時に。
Oh wow.
彼女がそれまで積み重ねてきた努力も希望も過去も未来も全て捨て
Oh, is that when she inherited the crest, I guess?
違う生き物として生きろ
Like she was not even gonna be the, the successor of the Aozaki family. She was gonna have like a normal life and then boom, have a crest.
どうです？それは自己の抹消。未来の人
Hey,
と同
Great
じだと
Crown,
思
how
い
you
ません
doing?
か？
Also, hello, Cold. His words fit what Aoko had said about her past. Until middle school, she led a normal life. Then out of the blue, she became the family heiress in place of her sister. Becoming a magician meant casting aside the life she had known. She had to leave behind her ambitions and prospects and live the life of a mage, something she barely knew anything about. Her life up to that point had taught her that everything from then on would bring her misery. Her grandfather was not the forceful type. Your sister has failed, now it's your turn, he had said. Did Aoko resist? Soujyuro could not even begin to imagine. All he knew was that she could not be happy with the hand she was dealt. Even if the life of a magician was attractive, to believe the possibility that Aoko could give up her lifestyle up to that point was to not know her at all. Aoko put her all into everything. She had probably achieved a lot in those 15 years. Her achievements and prospects were no doubt enough to make anyone jealous. But she did have the conviction... Did she have the conviction to... This is meant to be throw those away and go back to square one. I guess they missed a word. Yo, transition, cool. And square one did not come close to the reality of it. The future she had envisioned for so long would have been obliterated.
Aoko, どうしたんですか？
いやー、これがもう全くの頑固者でして、立ち会った私でさえどうかと思うぐらい簡単にうなずきました。震える指を懸命に握り込んで、やってやろうじゃないと見栄を切ってね。彼女は祖父の期待や青崎の責任感からではなく、逃げることを嫌って
She's just like, okay, yeah, I'll do it.
魔術師の道を取ったんですよ。
Wow.
拒むことは逃げではないのでしょうが、青子にはそう思えたんでしょう。逃避という行為はこれまでの自分の時間を否定することになると。今までの自分を嘘にしてしまうのなら、今までの生活に別れを告げることを青子は選んだのです。まあ極端ではありますが、あれは前に進むためなら全てを捨てられる人間なんです。
An affectionate smile crossed Father Eiri's face. Rather than signaling his closeness to Aoko, it conveyed the pride of a guardian.
ですが、私も思い違いをしていました。結局はそうなるように、青子は育てられていたのです。彼女の祖父は、瞳子が家を出ることも、青子が跡継ぎを了解することも読んだ上で、あの二人を育ててきた。形だけですが、私も神父としてさすがにそれはどうかと思いましてね。柄にもなく青子を説得したものです。祖父の思い通りになることはありません。なんなら私とメキシコあたりに逃げませんかと。
Mexico? Well, that's oddly specific. Huh?
しかしまあ、躊躇なく振られました。その時の彼女の返答は、今でも一言一句覚えています。
だって、私一人がどんなに泣き叫んでも、今の状況は変わらないんでしょ？私にしかできないなら、正面から受けて立つ。たとえ不本意で、突然投げ込まれた川の中でだって、できることはあるはずだもの。逃げるなんてのは最後の最後。それまでは、せいぜい華麗に踊ってやるわ。
Yo, it's the Lannister house words. Great quote. The priest recited her words as if recalling lines from a favorite play. It certainly seemed like something she would say. The last thing Aoko said in the room she was recovering in probably meant the same. Of course, when an audience is watching, you want their approval. However, approval must come from within first. She worked to feel proud of herself before worrying about how others viewed her. Damn, this hits kind of home right here. She at least wanted to do her job with grace. In response to everything she had lost, she would hang in there, even if it meant going it alone. As for why Soujyuro envied her, well, that was obvious. To him, she lived her life with her head held high. He was a boy who accepted everything, but had nothing. She was a girl who threw it all away, but never lost a thing. He stood in the meeting room alone, seeing the ugliness within and the sublime outside. Looking back, he finally realized what was eating at him.
もういいでしょう。君は青子の容姿に感じ入ったのではなく、青崎青子という生き方に感じ入った。
Damn, my guy is attracted to her on a spiritual level. Wow. He really is built different.
ま、青子は青子で、れっきとした美人ですが。
Wow, okay, dude. He nodded. From the day he first met her, that was indeed how he had felt. It just took him now to realize it. The strength in her eyes and her unwavering will had captured his heart.
なんかすごい汗がまんだ。
本当に小娘のくせにギネス級の頑固さです。
Father Eiri spoke from the heart. Soujyuro raised his head, gave a small grin, and scratched his cheek. So many hours wasted brooding like an idiot. A part of him felt strange, but it didn't bother him to leave the question unsolved for now. Unable to stay still, he stood up. He couldn't care less about the Aozaki family, mage battles, or Aoko rushing off to her death. Right now, he just wanted to see her face. Oh.
お待ちなさい。病室は立ち入り禁止
Oh,
です。
blue balls. The cold words echoed around the chapel. They reached Soujyuro as he was about to head back to Aoko. The sightless sister must have been waiting by the altar. She moved quickly to block his path.
ゆいかさん、今病室には入れないんですか？
はい。しばらく人よけをしてほしいと、クオンジ様からことづかっています。
Rip.
アリスが。
Soujyuro was sus of why Alice would have said that. He could understand being kept out if Aoko was being treated or her condition had worsened, but this seemed different. Besides, Aoko herself said her treatment had finished.
人がいいのですね、シスターユイカは。そんな方便をしなくてもいいんですよ。はっきり言ってあげればいい。今から病室に行っても無駄です。
She already bolted, dude? What? Holy.
青子はとっくに出発しているんですから。
God damn. Well, that's not gonna end well, is it?
エイリ神父。
The priest began to explain everything from the pew he still sat in, about the things he and Soujyuro had spoken about, and why he, a stranger, would be so concerned about a person he knew nothing about. It all became clear to Soujyuro.
初めからそのつもりだったんですね。
You missed a lot in the first 30 minutes? Not too much, but a pretty interesting conversation between Yaboy and the priest. His voice was full of anger, but Father Eiri did not flinch.
申し訳ありません。青子にあなたの保護を頼まれたもので。彼女の準備が整うまでの時間稼ぎでしたが、私があなたと話をしたかったのは事実ですよ。
The priest's attempt to smooth things over was far from sincere. Soujyuro grit his teeth to control his rage. Why had they not stopped Aoko and Alice from heading towards certain death? Because both the nun and the priest were the same ilk as the mages. As such, they understood Aoko's decision, and the priest understood Aoko too. Even if he did have the power to stop her, he would not have. The Aoko he knew was not about to hide away in a church and lick her wounds.
アリスは
青子と行きましたよ。あれから30分は過ぎていますね。
Father Eiri even went so far as to divulge the time. 30 minutes ago, the same time the priest reared his head. It would not take even half that long to get to the school from here. And then another 10 minutes or less to get to the Misaki High's old school building from there. Soujyuro turned to the entrance of the chapel. However...
待ちなさい。どこへ行くつもりですか?
Dude, he's got places to be. The sound of her voice stopped him in his tracks. An unseen pressure had locked him in place. Well, that's an interesting graphic. Look, his face is all grainy, but only the face part. Actually, no, his entire body is grainy. Wow. Her admonition seemed to carry a spellbinding power, stopping the foolhardy boy where he stood.
あなたは魔術師同士の争いを知りません。何の助力にもならないばかりか。
She's not wrong per se, but you know, if a man's gotta go, he's gotta go.
彼女たちが命を落とすのは彼女たちの業によるもの。望むままに傷つけ合えばいいでしょう。あなたのような何の咎もない若者が教示に立ち会うことはありません。
She spoke with quiet anger. Her contempt was not directed at Aoko or Alice, though, but Soujyuro for being so eager to waste his life.
何かしら希望があるのなら私も止めはしません。ですがこの件は別です。あなたが言っても彼女たちが助かることはありません。
She was right. It would be pointless of him to go. At the amusement park, he had been useless in the end. Now they faced something even worse. He couldn't even imagine how he might contribute this time. I wouldn't say he was useless at the amusement park. Aoko was gonna die if he didn't, you know, help her in the end, right though? So I wouldn't call that useless per se, but okay, fair enough.
言っておきますが、青崎青子は祖父に護身術を教え込まれています。魔術以外でもあなたより腕は立つ。その彼女もあの使い魔が相手では勝負にならない。
Soujyuro's physical strength, his only edge, meant nothing. If he went now, he would only get in their way. Yuika was correct, and yet...
でも行かないと。青子には返さなくちゃいけない借りがあります。
He spoke calmly but firmly, though almost moved the sister frowned slightly. She felt bad for him, but her warning was for his own good. If he would not listen to reason, then she would have to make him sleep. She raised a finger of binding at him. Oh shit.
それを言うなら返したい借りがあるですよ、宗十郎君。それとシスターユイカ、教会内での魔術は控えてくださいね。
He's like, that's banned. You're not allowed to use magecraft in the church. Do not. A second, how you do it?
使うのなら筆跡に留めてもらわないと私の査定に響きます。まったくおとなしそうに見えて律香君より短気なんですから。
Wow, catching strays.
エイリ神父、しかし
行かせてあげればいいじゃないですか。それともあなたはやはり青子たちに退場してほしいと？
その問題と彼の献身は別の話です。改めなさい、しずきさん。あなたが言っても何もできはしないのですから。
The truth of the statement cut him deep. But despite everything that was being said, his mind was made up. It always had been. Even if he was not certain, he at least would not hesitate. He had always followed his instincts to the end, no matter where they took him.
分かっています。でも行かないと。ここにいたら本当に何もできない。
His heart burned in his chest. While he listened to the priest talk, he could only think of seeing Aoko. He was not worried. He did not want to help. He just wanted to see her. He would figure out what came next once he got there.
ほら、献身なんて考え自体が間違ってるんです。足を引っ張ると言いますが、どのみち青子たちに勝ち目はないんでしょ？なら、彼がマイナスになってもいいじゃないですか。どうせ破産するなら、豪快に破産すれば。
神父。
ほら、宗十郎くん、言って言って。
Man, what a bro, huh?
シスター、今のあなたの返事で心が折れましたから。足、動くでしょ？
As soon as the priest pointed at him, he could move again. The pressure weighing on his shoulders lifted along with the fear in his heart. Yo, this guy has like charisma EX. He could like make people feel better with words a lot easily. Could he help? Would he expose Aoko and Alice to more danger? All such doubts had vanished.
行きます。縁が残っていればまた。
はい。なんであれ。
Yo, no rugrats. Not allowed here. I'll be making a YouTube video on my thoughts about Mahoyo. Maybe, we'll see. Who knows? It's always an option, I guess. It's gonna job as a priest now. Yeah, but I feel like this is still a bit different, but yeah, fair. And with that, Soujyuro began to run as Father Eiri watched with a look of satisfaction. The priest knew if he could not persuade Aoko, he could not convince him either. He watched the impetuous boy run away as the blind nun listened to his footsteps fade into the distance. Yuika was different from Soujyuro and the priest. While she showed no mercy to corruption or self-righteousness, she embraced benevolence to the innocent. Such an ordinary boy with his life ahead of him, and yet he chose to follow heretics into hell.
最悪ですね、エイリ神父。
Damn, she's not happy about it though.
分別のつかない子供を導くのが責任のある大人だと思いましたが。
She made no effort to hide her biting disapproval. It was simply her way of showing concern for the boy. Father Eiri shrugged.
だから、いろいろと間違えていますよ、シスターユイカ。責任のある大人なんて言葉自体がおかしい。何が起きても責任を取る。それが正しい大人というものです。
The rest went unspoken. It didn't matter to him which of them died. With a warm, goodly smile, the priest forced the nun's misunderstanding, or corrected it. Wow. He's like, fuck the mages. Oh shit, actually. Wow, that was already Witch on the Holy Night Part 1. Oh wow. Damn. I wasn't expecting that, but okay, cool. Great. Progress. Anything on the archive? Again, I assume nothing until the end, basically. Oh my god, there's not that much books left, dude. Uh-oh. God damn. Okay, okay. Yeah, there's just barely anything left, dude. Okay, time for a sip. Is it unlocking all endings now? I mean, I would assume so. I've read everything so far, so yeah. I assume there's only one ending though, if I had to guess, but probably shouldn't ask about that. Anyway, we're just gonna jump in right into Witch on the Holy Night Part 2. The title chapter, of course. Oh, well, Bazab as well. Daryl can't stop you today because he had somewhere to be in real life, so enjoy, I guess. The golden wolf's ear stood pointed, twitching in response to the sounds around it. Its meal finished, it curled up into a ball in anticipation of nap time and yawned, half from boredom. The old abandoned classroom had fulfilled its purpose many moons ago. For a month the wolf had spent his time resting on top a heap of disheveled desks. I think it is shoveled. His name was Beowulf. He was a purebred werewolf named after the sun at his birthplace and a hero of legend upon leaving there. Isn't Lugh also from the Irish mythology where Ku is from? Isn't that the same Lugh? I don't know how it's pronounced. Is Lugh or Lu or whatever, but isn't that the same story, like mythology? It goes without saying he was not from this country. He came from a land deep within the European wilderness, surrounded by mountains and forests. Ooh. His homeland was a realm no human had ever set foot in. In their isolated world of forgotten by time, a diminishing race of werewolves lived in peace. This was where Beowulf first appeared. In a cave on the outskirts of their village, the werewolves found a child bearing the same golden coat as their ancestors. The child was sleeping soundly as if in his natural habitat. The village welcomed their new member with open arms. 2,000 years of advancing civilization had been cruel to them. As the forests were destroyed, valleys unearthed, and waters polluted, the werewolf birth rate dwindled. They were now facing one birth a decade. The child's golden coat deviating from the typical grey or white, and shared only by their ancestors who were treated as gods, felt like a sign their prayers had been answered. Yo, they got frickin' dude, they got the gold roll from the gacha. Wow, imagine that. A bloodline in atrophy. The werewolves were forced to embrace change. This radiant child at least temporarily made them forget about their troubles. Alas, as time passed, their hopes turned to disappointment. The golden wolf was not their salvation. For some reason, Lugh, that ray of golden sun, remained a child. Decades passed and still he did not grow. Forever young, immortal, cursed. Yo, frickin' Peter Pan over here. He searched the village for his birth mother, but to no avail. He searched the village for someone who understood his plight, but to no avail. Over hundreds of years, he came to realize something. He was different. Very different. My guy was literally built different. Neither male nor female. Neither strong nor weak. Ignorant of life and death, joy yet fear. That thing's a spirit born of nature. Might look like us werewolves, but don't let that fool you. But the child himself needed not conjecture to know his own true nature. He was perfect and therefore he was alone. To the golden wolf, the world was too small. That was why. Indeed, that was the very reason. He wanted to know what life was. He wanted to know loss. If he was all-powerful, he wanted to know the mystery behind his all-powerfulness. Because as it was, his existence was meaningless. The golden wolf was at a loss, as were the werewolves around him. They revered him, but at the same time wanted nothing to do with him. Lugh moved back to the cave he was discovered in and resigned himself to a life of seclusion.
太陽のルー？ルーガルじゃなくて？
No, in Japanese they also say Lu, so I assume that's the pronunciation. Okay.
そりゃ面白い。偶然にしちゃできすぎだ。
And then one day a quirky mage visited the village. Yeah, that dress looks familiar.
Gata gataとうるさい。トウコさんはあれだよね。派手好きなくせに豆だよね。
From his place on top of the rubble, Beo peered into the hallway. He thought his fussy master was busy dealing with Misaki City's ley lines, but she was engrossed in making traps. 1 month passed since they made the dilapidated building their makeshift workshop. Creating a new trap for intruders became a daily pursuit of Toko's.
安全を用意しておくなんて他の生き物は大変だ。
Having been like this since birth, knowing neither infancy nor dotage, he thought differently than others. For he was perfect from the day he was born, never declining, never improving. As such, he had no comprehension of weakness. Childlike, fickle, and without morals, he had no concept of good and bad as either a human or a wolf. A beautiful creature disconnected from the world around him, he was on top of all the other creatures. With one exception, his master, Aozaki Toko. She showed him a sparkling, delicious world and above all found her scent refreshing. To him the world was divided into what was cool and what was not. Your preference and leisure pursuits were of no consequence to him, and he never took gender into account. The only thing that mattered to him was whether a person's life was logical and therefore cool. Aozaki Toko had her faults, but she smelled good. Is that it? Wow, lady, you smell great. Let me devote myself to you. Sniffa. Beo's master entered the classroom, presumably done with her traps for the day.
夜が本番だ。それまで
Oh, the music got serious. No sniffa time until, all said and done. Sometimes, like now, she would nag him, but on the whole, his master pleased him. In reality, the contract binding her to him was not particularly powerful. If he wanted to, he could tear her to pieces at any time. So he really is just a simp. No human could restrain him. However, he had no intention of killing Toko in exchange for his freedom. And there was a reason for this. In order to move about freely in human society, he needed someone like her. As long as she did not offend him, he had no reason to rock the boat. However...
やっと本番か。待たせすぎだよ。
Oh wow. Hello Seiko, how you doing? The promise she had made him in his cave and the reality of their situation had begun to come apart at the seams.
来い。最高の神秘と戦わせてやる。
Wow. He's getting thirsty for some combat action, huh? He was compliant up to now, but his patience was wearing thin. The fight with the newest magician last night was an enormous letdown.
そういうな。私も昨日は
Damn, Alice catching strays over here.
いいけどね。実はあの子、使わないんじゃなくて、使えないだけじゃないの？
His master's expression turned serious. Not in agreement at the wolf's question, though, for she had already asked herself the same and many other similar questions.
いや、使うぐらいなら死んだ方がマシなのかもな。そんなバカなことがあるの？使わないと死んじゃう状態だったんだよ。
She's referring to Aoko, not Alice. Oh yeah, I guess they did attack both of them, true.
だから、そんなバカな考えが成立するぐらい。
That it must be too terrifying to use, Toko finished in her head. She stopped short of voicing it and chuckled at her emotional outburst.
どれほどのものか想像がつかないのは確かだ。だがまあ、根本は変わらないさ。魔法がどのような奇跡神秘の類であれ、魔術師である以上、青子に勝ち目はない。
With those words, Beo's master walked out of the room, emphasizing that his role in all of this was to face Aoko only at that very moment.
魔法ね。
Whoa. Terminology. Oh, that's a big term right there. The bored look at his eyes shifted. He recalled the taste of that girl, his long tongue sliding over his chainsaw-like fangs. Make no mistake, he would finish his meal. He was the oldest werewolf, the golden god of the forest. For as long as he could remember, no, from the moment he appeared, he had been the most powerful creature of all. All man-made mystics were trash before him. Magecraft was laughable, and even mystics, artificial miracles, were futile. Their very existence was an insult to him. Yeah, he's all natural born, baby. It's like all this artificial garbage around him.
もちろんそういう契約だしちゃんと平らげはするけれど
That was the extent of their pact. Once he had dealt with this so-called true magic, he was free. His eyes burned with the wolf inside of him, his fanged maw twisting into a sadistic beastly grin. Whoa. So yeah, they're definitely preparing, I guess. Episode 12, Witch on the Holy Night Part 2. So it is episode 12 as well. Okay, makes sense. I guess earlier multi-parts were multiple episodes as well, yeah. It was just past 7 p.m. Misaki High School's old building stood silently. While light from the city reached the area, the forest and mountains kept the area hushed. Maoyo 2 confirmed, yeah. True. Just started nice. Well, we've been going for almost or more or less an hour by now. But yeah, I apparently chapter 11 or episode 11 was way shorter than I thought. So we're already at 12 basically. Very cool. Nothing unusual. During winter vacation, the old building, now still covered in yesterday's snow, was rarely used. Without signs of life, such unused structures were mere monuments of what once was, nothing more. The old school building would remain that way until the start of a new semester. Hello, Cheek, as well. How you doing? Behind it, the vast forest grew darker by the minute. If the building had died in just under 2 weeks of vacation, what had become of forest over the years? The wall of overgrown trees filtered out the noise of the city and most of the moonlight. An otherworldly realm had taken root not even 2 miles away from town. Piercing the cold night air, footsteps crunched through the powdery snow.
この辺りに仕掛けはなさそうね。それでどうするの？このまま急行車に忍び込む？まさか私らがやってきたことなんてとっくにバレてるわ。
Glad you didn't miss the stream again. Yeah, well, we definitely still have a lot to go through, so hey, buckle up.
隠れても意味はないし、何より敵のアジトに入ってどうするのよ。盗みが目的じゃないでしょ、今回は。後ろから切りつけるのは強盗というのじゃなくて？それができれば苦労はないんだけどね。まあ。
They clearly need an assassin class servant for this kind of stuff.
そもそもやる気満々なのはこっちもあっちも同じってこと。
The sound of their footsteps stopped in unison. The old forgotten Misaki High School building stood before them. What used to be the schoolyard was now a barren snowscape. Reclaimed by the forest, the building looked a shell of its former self. The surrounding trees resembled standing mourners at a funeral. Oh wow, already? Well, that didn't take long. Alone in the middle of the white altar was the lone scarred red mage. As she came out from the forest, Aoko lowered herself slightly, scowling at her distant target. Next to her, Alice stood motionless. The bare branches of the trees cast long, thorny shadows. Aoko was reminded of Sleeping Beauty, except this mage wasn't nearly as pleasant as the princess in that. Not to mention she wasn't sleeping, and there was no prince. Yet. Regardless, this princess came out of the schoolhouse castle to greet her challengers.
その体で無理をして。あなたのそういうところ、姉としてどうかと思うわ。
Yeah, I did say shell of their former self. My brain got stun locked by the sentence, dude. Too much rhymey words. Toko grinned faintly. Aoko fought back the urge to respond. Meanwhile, Alice stood in silence, uninterested in sibling rivalry. Toko stood about 100 feet away. With their senses sharpened through magecraft at the silence of the forest, they could hear each other perfectly. The golden wolf was nowhere to be seen. Roro. Toko faced the two girls alone. Alice's black overcoat and winter hat were typical items of clothing for a mage's battle. A few paces in front of her was Aoko, whose combat garb was comparatively out of place, a Misaki High School uniform. Hey, Turtle, thank you so much for the 13 months, and a big welcome back to the Gao Gang. Hey, hello to you as well. Thank you so much. She had asked Alice to bring a change of clothes for her, but there must have been some misunderstanding. Though it was a trivial miscommunication, Toko seemed to think it had some special meaning.
ところで、始める前に一ついいかな。気になって仕方がないし、この先機会もないだろうから聞くんだけど。
Damn, questioning the drip though. Ouch. Toko spoke clearly and despite the distance, was able to communicate her deep-seated scorn without trouble. Aoko would rather attack than engage in small talk, but she decided to take the bait.
そんなわけないでしょ。今までこういう機会が多かっただけよ。数えるなら今日を含めて4回しかないわ。私はまだ現役だからそれも悪くはないかもしれないけど。いつか流行るでしょ、こういうの。
Good argument. Aoko was sure to emphasize her words. For a split second, Toko's eyes narrowed.
呆れたな。相変わらずのセン
Wow.
スだ。
Okay, she doesn't agree though. I mean, to be honest, her outfit is pretty drip as well. They just have different sense of fashion, I guess.
それはどうも。人形を実の妹に見立てる異常者にそう言われるなら、一周回って安心よ。
With that, the two fell silent and glared at each other. Their bloodlust cut through the thick, cold air like a knife. While the two of them sized each other up, Alice surveyed the area around Toko. There was no indication anyone or anything was lying in wait near her. Perhaps she should see if the werewolf was still in the old school building. Maybe Toko didn't feel like Aoko and Alice were that much of a threat in their injured state. Or was she really not expecting a counterattack so early, so the werewolf wasn't ready? After some contemplation, Alice surmised it was the former. She really was going to fight alone. Her arsenal comprised her mystic eyes and rune magecraft. That was more than enough to deal with Aoko and Alice in their current state. Alice, all I need is one shot. Aoko signaled to Alice behind her with the movement of her finger. Alice had no objections. The original plan was for her to keep the werewolf busy. But with the mirror as a backup, Aoko was hoping to catch Toko off guard. They had a few other cards up their sleeves, but the fact remained that as mages, their attacks wouldn't affect the werewolf. So they decided to ignore it and focus on taking out Toko. Not the best strategy, but it was all the two of them could come up with. But they had been thrown a curveball. Toko had the upper hand, so she was reluctant to use the beast. Aoko wasn't about to let this opportunity go to waste. By distracting her with sibling banter, she would settle things before the werewolf even showed up. Or is she gonna do like a quick draw cheap shot type of ordeal, like pfft, just headshot bitch? Gonna be embarrassing if it fails though. Or awkward rather.
じゃあ、今度はこっちの番ね。どう？結界の張り直しは進んでる？
まさか昨日の今日よ。 まだ手をつけてもいない。だいたい私の目的は霊脈の奥にあるもので、結界そのものじゃない。張り直しは予定にないさ。まあ土地を暴くなんて面倒な真似をするより、お前を暴いた方が早いのかもしれないが。
やっぱりそれが目的だったのね。ならなおのこと、あんたを魔法使いにするわけにはいかないわ。
魔法使い? Uh-oh. Aoko's blue eyes burned brightly with a fiery fighting spirit. Even though her sister was ready to pounce, Toko remained motionless, but for her mouth, which twisted into a smirk.
魔法使いか。確かにまだ執
Roll the
着は。
credits.
私には移植されなかった魔術刻印と青崎の伝える魔法の正体だが、もういいよ。惜しくはあるが、到達すればどちらも自分で用意できる。
She can get them on her own. Oh wow.
それとも今ここで私のために魔法の正体を見せてくれるのかい、青子。
Toko's words came out flatly, but her eyes mocked her sister. It was true, however, that if Aoko wanted to defeat Toko, her best chance would be to use this mysterious true magic. The only problem was that she couldn't. If she could, she would have used it to avoid being mauled last night. Aoko couldn't use true magic. Toko believed she needed to fulfill some kind of condition. The protection their grandfather placed on the formulae was to prohibit miracles from being easily realized. However, that wasn't because he was concerned about the human world. It was no exaggeration to say he'd feel nothing if magic leveled the entire city. The truth was, true magic never had any conditions. Aoko was being held back by trauma. These 5 privileges, the only powers of their kind, were bound by cognitive seals. That's why Toko looked down on her naive little sister. So weak, a body incapable of handling magic could be cut down with a mere sword. Aoko knew that better than anyone else, which is why she couldn't forgive her sister's ridicule. Just try using true magic, huh? It's like, just use it, forehead. A pathetic taunt. If that was how she wanted to play, then so be it.
お望みとあらばね。
Ooh. With a burst of pure rage, Aoko made her move. Her colorless shoes sped across the untainted snowfield. Like a stone skipping across the water. As Aoko charged forward, she disappeared. Only her footprints advanced like bullet holes in the snow. Toko held her ground. Concealment was elementary magecraft. More than likely, the power came from one of Alice's trinkets. It was a simple yet effective countermeasure to Mystic Eyes. Toko's Mystic Eyes used the lock property to bind an opponent. It did not have the Logos property to discern truth through an illusion. Once a magecraft's workings were revealed, its weakness was exposed.
足癖が悪いのも変わらず。
In a mere 4 seconds, her opponent had closed 10 yards and was still speeding up. It appeared that she had given up on a mage battle and was going to move in for melee. The other girl, Alice, didn't take a single step.
被弾覚悟の特攻。アリスから5歩でももらっているのでしょうけど、反省なさい、青子。切り札というものは、あくまで自己の力によるものを言うの。
Sneering, Toko raised her left arm, holding it out in front of her threateningly. 10 more yards. Unfortunately, her footprints gave away her position. Toko began engraving a rune into the air, but before she could finish, Aoko's footprints stopped. She was still too far away for close combat. What a strange place to end her attack. Ooh.
You it's the Holy Grail. Sup, Mr.
Hey.
Myst and Chatty's Getchy Wink MYSTFG.
Yo, Scoozy, with the full 12 months a year, if you will. Thank you so much, my dude. And a big welcome back to the Go Gang. Yeah, enjoy the grill badge. How's your hump day? Brodo, Scotty, yeah, true. She even has the same hair color, kinda. Well, not really, but similar. No, wait. Could she really stop so suddenly at that speed? Toko made a snap decision. She quickly raised her outstretched arm toward the sky as if saluting the moon. Flames tore through the air. The rune carved into the body above her, bathing it in a pillar of flames. No internal resistance spell could help. Rather than simply burning their target, the runes wrapped them in a wreath of flame. The assailant screamed, falling onto the snow-covered ground. Wait, feathers? In agony, she extended a burning hand out from the hellish fire, as if begging for mercy. It was the stuff of nightmares. The snow melted as the fire burned the attacker alive. Was this Robin or something? Again? Yeah. Ah, clever. I mean, it's a good defensive utility, right? So, yeah. The movement was far too theatrical to be Aoko. Toko had already turned her gaze to Alice. She hadn't been watching the burning corpse at all. Toko knew it was an Aoko from the moment the body fell to the ground. Or Robin. Life is just suffering, huh? Every time. How many times has Robin even died in this story? Irritated, Toko glared at Alice. While Aoko had vanished into thin air, she hadn't moved at all. Blue energy traced a circle around where she stood. It was forced to forth, a 4-bag grand magecraft mobilizing her magic crest. Oh, it do be spinning. Toko only had single action runes. No, she hadn't mastered anything above 2 bars to begin with. This torrent of energy was too much to handle. The rune formed in the magic circle. Eiwaz, the rune of withdrawal, was evoked and Aoko's concealment was undone, allowing Toko to utilize her mystic eyes. Uh-oh. Within her open pupil, the infinitely mirrored eyes captured their target in an endless hell. But wait. But the mage's sight was literally split in 2. Wow. The space in front of Aoko distorted, obscuring her form like an icy mist. Pog me again! If Toko's eye was like opposing mirrors, then this was like sticking a one-way mirror at the triangulation points. With her vision split in 2, she couldn't lock onto Aoko. Damn. Is this the Myst thingy that she always had? The... what's it called again? I'm so bad with terms. Or one of her ploys that we also saw in the mansion.
青子は鏡の Y 字路の奥にいる。一本道から見ているあなたに中心は見渡せない。
Wonder Snatch, yeah. Oh, the music though. Alice explained without concern. Due to the herb Toko made Alice swallow, she was still unable to use her own magecraft. Oh yeah, that's still in effect, true. However, she could use ploys already in motion without using magical energy, such as the mansion's mirror and the aimless little blue bird. Yeah, they were already manifested all this time, right? So just bring them with you, why don't you? Finally, the magic bullet was loaded. I feel like Tesla would be mad, but you know, so be it. Good joke. Raising her right arm to reveal her luminescent crests, Aoko took aim at her target 100 feet ahead. Magical energy coursed through her gun barrel arm. From the moment she had received Alice's invisibility, Aoko had begun chanting her magecraft. Wow. It took Toko a few seconds to notice. Aoko produced more spins in the awakened circuits than she had ever done before. Dude, she's like all in here. She readied not snap nor draw. Instead, she advanced past her third process, a compression of magical energy. Magic Blow. I feel like the Japanese name probably would be way cooler than this, but yeah, Magic Blow doesn't sound all that amazing. But yeah, fair enough. If she fired the blue ether that gathered before her, it would fly with the force of 10 tons. Using her crests to multiply the energy and machine gun her target, it was enough power to demolish even the old building behind her. Oh, the name. Aoko stared intensely at her sister, ready to fire. Toko had no time to counterattack or even the speed to evade. The fact she didn't move implied she knew that better than anyone. Acceptance filled her eyes, not fear. Aoko didn't hesitate. She squeezed the trigger on her right hand. Here we go. The last word came out like a scream. Under the impact of the ether, the surrounding snow melted and flew around. Looks like a direct hit to be. Oh, did she like guard it? Some kind of shield wall? Toko was engulfed in dirt. No way she could survive Aoko's magic bullet. It contained every bit of Aoko's magical energy she could muster. Viewing the chaos, Aoko confirmed her victory. And yet somehow she felt bitter. Interesting. But then, choosing to deal with the torrent of magical energies she swallowed up later, Toko tutted at Aoko's childishness. Her disappointment was so deep it bordered on despair.
学ぶにしては遅すぎたが、まあ聞
It's
い
a
て
lot
お
of
けよ。
gold.
切り札というものは先に出した方の負けなんだよ。
Uh-oh. Her voice cold and aloof, she was completely unscathed. The mage stood in the snowfield, not a single speck of dirt on her overcoat. Damn, even the drip is fine. Uh-oh. Just before the bullet reached her, she deflected it with magical energy of the same level. Damn, 1-1. Aoko could only stare at the scene before her. The negation of her magecraft hadn't shocked her, though. Leaf-like objects floated behind her sister. Aoko stared like she was living a nightmare. She did like a yes. Countless magic crests poured out from Toko's back. Damn, look at that. That's kind of cool. It all happened in an instant. Damn. That looks pretty cool, actually. Yeah. So those are crests? What? Wow. The magic bullet approaching like a tsunami. Toko lightly snapped her fingers, causing a stream of letters to rush out from behind her. Text became art. Golden flowers bloomed. There must have been hundreds. All sorts of magecraft from even beyond Western Europe. The kind normally carved into the flesh of a mage. The kind Aozaki Toko shouldn't possess. The kind only followers of those schools should know. Blossoming magic crests, brighter than the moon. Wow! Inscribed in the air, they formed a totem pole, a guardian beast, to protect her. That's a pretty cool
まあ
sprite,
こういう
yeah.
わけだ。 ベオだけに頼ってはいないことがよくわかったろ。
Yeah, she's got more trump cards too. Tolko's expression was steely. Victory was in her grasp, and there was no room to rest on her laurels.
姿を隠したのは鏡の応用か。探知や隔離だけでなく援護まで行えるとはね。三大のプロイには含まれないものの、汎用性の面で言えばあれも破格のプロイだな。
持ち上げるじゃない。何？騙された負け惜しみ？いや、
ただの自画自賛だよ。
Yeah, she's flexing hard.
何しろ今のバージョンは私とマインスターの合作だ。趣味に興じすぎてあれこれと機能を足してしまったと今更ながら。
But she had a hand in some of the ploy stuff as well, huh?
その後、青子に見せかけて私に向かってきたのは例のコマ撮り。それに気を取られている間の大規模な魔術の発動。私の魔眼はアリスが防ぎ、青子は攻撃だけに専念する。組み立ては悪くはない。よくやったと言っておくよ。
Tolko recounted their strategy, sharing her impressions as she went. Aoko could not take her eyes off Tolko's blooming magic crests. Only Alice was paying close attention to Tolko's words.
しかし、それもここまでだ。惜しいな、青子。わずか2年であれだけの魔術を使えるのなら、あと数年もすれば一流の車種になっていただろうに。
Tolko snapped her fingers again. The floating crests began to glow more brightly.
アリス、あれは何？
Aoko whispered to Alice standing next to her as she held her hand. She could not risk turning around. The second she took her eyes off Tolko, the fight would be over.
見ての通り、魔術刻印よ。信じられないけど。
Alice's voice was filled with shock and discomfort. Aoko shared Alice's sentiment. Crests were passed down through a family line and took unique forms. At heart, they were merely personalized inscriptions, and technically no different from grimoires. However, the reality was far different. Hey Scott, how you doing? Yeah, this is pretty heated right now. Magecraft had no set form. Without a set shape, the ability to recreate mystics was itself flawed. To craft it into a form required an immeasurable investment of time and devotion. Crests were the crystallization of a family's desires and ambitions, and proof of a successor's lineage. You burned your course to get MP6 Summer Musashi? But did you get her though? Crests had no effect on their own, but they were the ultimate symbol of a family. If no mage was willing to imbue themselves with a crest, or lacked the resolve to merge with it, then the crest's meaning was lost. That was the key difference between a crest and a mere spellbook. Crests could not be shared, and imitating them was pointless. It only stood to reason, then, that even if the crests manifesting behind Tolko belonged to someone else, only the original owner could benefit from them. So yeah, she's got something weird going on here. You did with my one multi left. So I assume it was mostly just the anniversary quartz, right? So you might have to, I guess then, swipe for Summer, but hey, at least you got her, you know? Congrats.
でも、確かに私の魔弾はあの刻印からの魔術で弾かれた。あれはもしかすると。
Searching for answers, Aoko squinted her eyes as she glared at Tolko. She knew that copying a crest had no purpose. Only the original inheritor could invoke one. There was only one possible conclusion.
そう。肌に刻まず中空に浮かべてるのはそういうこと。
Aoko spat a curse at her sister. Tolko nodded, pleased at her enemy's quick wit.
ああ。この体には合わないのでな。私の背後の空間に固定して。
Daryl asleep. He's not asleep, but he had to go somewhere in real life. Something came up, so yeah. But he's probably here tomorrow. I mean, I guess he could show up later, but I doubt he will today.
本当はね、お前たちのように肉に刻んだ方がいいんだ。魔術の起動が一動作で済むんだから。だが実際に使用するのなら
So she couldn't get them in her body, so she has to do it like this.
起動までの手順は一つ増えるが、マイナスばかりで
So they're not her crests, but whose crests are there then?
痛みは
Nani?
全く感じない。
And it seemed neither physically nor mentally. Aoko knew her sister was inhuman, but she never thought she would go this far.
会うわけないじゃない。他人の魔術刻印を剥がしてるんだから、血筋の称号からして馴染むはずがないわ。
I mean, she probably could have been anything she wanted, Scott, yeah?
で、奪われた連中は死ぬこともできず、今もどこかに生かされているわけだ。刻印の持ち
So
主
she
は
has
死んだり
people
起動
like
すらできないのよね
locked up somewhere.
瞳子さん、あなた。
非難される覚えはないんだが、
Wow. Anything to win, huh?
私はかかる火の粉を払っただけだよ。向こうから戦いを挑んできたんだから、戦利品ぐらいは用意
So
して。
those are basically her trophies that she's using to power herself up even more, huh? Yeah, that's what's happening here.
まあ、中にはつまらない単語を口にしたバカ者もいるが、むしろ優しいと思うけどね。私を殺しに来た連中をわざわざ生かしてあげてるんだから。
その魔術師たちがちゃんと人間の形をしてることを祈るわ。憎し。
お前ね、私を何だと思ってるんだ。脳だけ保存とか、面倒だから100人ひとまとめにした肉塊とか、そんな手抜きなんぞするものか。
Damn, she's offended by it.
きちんとカフェを用意して、食事も娯楽も睡眠も自由に提供してるんだぞ。中には
Interesting.
一生ここで暮らしたいなんて騒ぎ立てるバカもいるぐらいだ。
That's one way to do it, I guess. Tolko's words were hardly believable, but it was clear her crests weren't copies. Alice's skull deepened. What Tolko had described had no discernible benefit in her mind. Why had she gone to the trouble of stealing other mages' crests? It would have been more efficient to break down the crests into components and make replicas. For a skilled puppet master like Tolko, she could have made a much more powerful puppet with those crests. It would have made a pawn loyal to her every command at that, much more useful than any enslaved mage.
なんでそんなことを。
そういう人なのよ、姉貴は。これで行くと決めたらそれしか目に入らない人なの。家庭より結果の人なの。ある日の話よ。テレビでピザの CM をやっててさ、私たちは唐突にあの
It's
電
gonna be a
車
nice analogy, huh? Pizza analogy.
でも悲しいかな。一般家庭であるうちにあった
What do you mean? I feel offended. I literally had a pepperoni pizza for my treat of the week on Monday. What do you mean? I feel called out, dude. Come on, dude. What do you mean only had pepperoni? What more do you need, you fat bitch? Okay, I'm mad because she called me out, okay? Come on, dude. Pepperoni is great. You don't need more. It's good.
うちの実家、山奥にあるの知ってるでしょ。町まで行くのに1時間はかかる。中学1年だった私は我慢できなくて町まで行ったけど、ピザ屋なんか行けない。
Yeah, that was, I got very called out by that statement. It was the tragedy of living in the countryside. Misaki, which had only recently gotten a conveyor belt sushi restaurant, would not see a pizzeria for another 2 years. Also, I'm not gonna lie, pizza in Japan, it sucks. It sucks, dude. Like, I love Japanese food, it's amazing, but pizza in Japan, don't do it. Just don't do it. They have so much other good food, just eat that instead.
骨折り損で家に帰ったら、姉貴のやつ、おかえりとか手を振ってピザ食べてやがったのよ。 おせんべいを下地にしてみたわとか言って。
Rice crackers as the base of a pizza? I'm not even Italian and I'm getting mad here. What is... Dude, okay, this analogy is making me angry.
外見たら鳥3羽と牛1頭丸々消えてて、ああこの女には10日交換とか手間とかお金の問題とかそういうの一切頭にないんだって思い知らされたわ。
Alice agreed that was pretty crazy.
そんな無茶なやつだからガンド打ちで目に見える傷跡を出そうなんて平気で考えるのよね。あんなのゲマトリア一節分の栄唱で同じ効果を出せるのに、あくまで呪術にこだわるから空も飛べない人形になるのよ、バカ兄貴。
The thought of the puppet doppelganger made her blood boil. It was clear to Aoko that now that Toko had done it on purpose to annoy her. Toko furrowed her eyebrows at Aoko's verbal assault. She had been stoic up until now, but speaking rudely about her prized puppet was crossing the line.
その人形に追い詰められたのはお前だったね。それとゲマトリアはカバラの秘術だ。私はルーン専門だからお前のように広く
Damn, did he just actually do like a nerd moment? Actually?
まあもっともこの刻印の所有者の一人からケルトの結界を教わりはしたのね。
Celtic fields, huh? Wow. Toko looked to the crest over her left shoulder. Its shine was ever radiant, proving that its magecraft was active.
これは城で祖父を封じ込めるのに使っていてね。
Oh, even the grandfather is locked away. Uh-oh.
犯人汎用のドルイド層を閉じ込めたとまではいかないが、そうだね。
Mailbox?
私では郵便ポストぐらいの大きさが限界か。ほら、昔お前が壊した赤いポスト、ちょうどあれぐらいの可愛い鳥小屋だよ。人間一人分をしまうには窮屈だろうが、祖父は肉体というより霊体に近い。見ようによってはそっちの方がふさわしいかもしれないね。
Toko stifled a sinister laugh, her explanation chilling. Her cold veneer seemed to slip slightly when it came to her grandfather, her smile betraying the long festering hatred she could clung to.
そういったわけでね、さっきの青子の魔術を防いだので、この刻印もしばらくは使用不能なんだ。今のが本当の魔法だったなら、わずか3行の刻印では打ち消せなかっただろうに。
She keeps taunting her about that.
お前は僅差で負けたんだ。恥じることはないよ。じゃあ、そろそろ終わりにしよう。
Uh-oh.
抵抗をするのは自由だが、ベオ相手にそれは辛いぞ。
Well, that's gonna be bad for them. Toko snapped her fingers one more time. The golden werewolf was hiding in the old school building. The signal to him echoed eerily through the surrounding woods. Before the echo stopped, Aoko shouted back at Alice.
行ってアリス!
The order sounded like a reprimand, but Alice silently obeyed. Without hesitation, she left Aoko behind to handle Toko and made for the forests. If defeat was inevitable, it would be pointless for both of them to die. If one of them could survive, there could be a round 3. That was why Aoko decided to be the sacrificial pawn.
トウコ自身の切り札も分かったし、アリスが本調子になれば勝てない相手じゃないものね。
Aoko muttered bitterly to herself as Alice's feet crunched through the snow. I have a feeling this is not just a retreat plan. It sounds a bit way too, you know, sus, but okay, fair enough, let's see. Instead of cursing her own death, she cursed the fact that she would not see Alice defeat Toko. For what else was there to curse except this? Alice disappeared into the forest. Feeling her fellow mage's presence fade, Aoko continued to glare at her sister.
いつまでじらす気？私、待たされるのは好きじゃないんだけど。
Speaking of waiting, the werewolf Toko had called was nowhere to be seen. It should not have taken him more than a few seconds to come flying out of the old school building.
そうせくな。今赤ずきんを追っているところだ。黒帽子の彼女をそう例えるのはやや無理があるがね。
Well, that makes sense, I guess. Her tone reeked of irony. The words traveled aimlessly across the schoolyard like a rambling announcement. Aoko stood frozen and dumbfounded. Everything Toko was saying seemed so far away from reality. I'm guessing she's acting here because this should be obvious. Like, already it should be known that, Toko can just handle, Aoko fine. So why not just send the wolf after Alice if she's gonna run? So yeah, I'm guessing she's acting here and all of this is just going according to some kind of plan. But okay, let's see. Aoko was done with being fooled, so she turned around. The moonlight shining off of the fallen snow allowed her to see far into the forest. From the white darkness, a lone boy came into view, walking toward her. He could not have been any taller than Aoko's chest, but he carried Alice over his shoulder with ease. Oh, he already got her? Damn. As if she was nothing, he tossed her body upward. She arched through the air for several feet before dropping headfirst before Aoko's eyes. Her neck would snap on impact. Catch! Oh man, did she already get absolutely destroyed too? Was that blood? Even though she was wiser not to, Aoko reached out and caught her. Alice's light body weighed heavy as she fell into Aoko's arms. The stitches on her wounds tore, dyeing Aoko's arms in crimson. Uh-oh. Oh, it's Albert. How you doing, man? Welcome, welcome. Aoko gritted her teeth, fighting the pain that shot through her body and the sensation of the warm blood. Alice did not respond, but she was at least conscious. Damn, I felt that coming mid-sentence. Okay. The werewolf must have ambushed her right after she ran into the woods. Alice bled heavily from where the wolf tore her abdomen open last night, just like he had done to Aoko.
初めから森に潜ませていたとはね。
Cursing her own carelessness, she gently lay Alice's body down. She set her sights on the blonde-haired boy, her new target.
つまりあれよね。甘く見ていたふりで初めから余裕なかったんだ。
Ah, there it is. Because I remember this was in one of the event series, this, human form or whatever. Okay. Even in the face of Aoko's rage, he did not stop smirking. He stared back at the girls, eyes gleaming, twinkling with excitement at the brutality to come. The blonde hair and green eyes she saw last night, and his effeminate features now, seemed ethereal, like he had changed into a being from another planet.
Beo, 今日は食っていいぞ。
Toko's voice echoed from afar. The boy's grin broadened. Nobody could have expected what came next. Hey Alzal, thank you for the 8 months. And a big welcome back to the Go King as well. How you doing? Thank you. Aoko rushed headfirst at the boy. Faster than the robin decoy, she sped, blood dripping from both arms. Toko watched wide-eyed at the spectacle. Alice could only look on with vacant eyes as she lay helplessly on the ground. The werewolf boy was caught off guard by the prey becoming predator, so she's going for a Hail Mary or something. Or she has some kind of a plan in mind. Whoa, legs, holy. Aoko crossed a 20-foot gap in a second before planting a foot in the snow. It arrested her momentum and pivoted her body like a top. Even if he instantly understood what was coming, the boy wouldn't be able to dodge in time. Oh, he has pointy eyes, I just noticed. Using the momentum from her sprint, she pushed her leg into the ground and sprang up. With deadly timing, her roundhouse kick swung in a wide arc toward the boy's neck, sending an explosion of force to his brainstem. Ooh. Also, wow, those spats though, hello. Time and place, but I mean, I think it's the first time we ever really see them. It was an expert display of martial arts strengthened by magical energy. She'd gotten the hang of close combat while fighting Toko's puppets. The violent kick was powerful enough to shatter a tree trunk. The boy did not move. Aoko's right shin connected firmly and stopped. A shockwave rippled through his neck. It was the same feedback Aoko had felt when she destroyed the puppets. Even if he wasn't defeated, she had to have severely damaged his spine. As she looked at him to confirm her kill, the boy simply stared back at her, not even bothering to twitch an eyebrow.
お姉さんの右足は確か髪切った方だ。
Uh-oh.
それで首を狙ったのはすごいよね。女の人は本能的に自分の体をかばうものだってトウコさんは言ってたのに。けど残念。せっかくの勇気も無駄でした。僕の体毛の質は
The golden hair dude, Odo.
産毛だけでもお姉さんの蹴りを受け止めることはできる。
The only one hurt between the two was Aoko. The leg she had lodged in his neck was totally numb, like it had been chopped clean off with a hatchet.
それに少しだけ迷いがあったな。くっつけたばっかりの足だからかばったでしょ。人間が僕の相手をするならそんなこと気にしちゃいけないのに。
Still a bloomer fan? God, no, you were supposed to be the chosen one. Bloomers are low tier, bro. Spats are god tier. It's the opposite. Come on, dude. You gotta get with it. Like, how it's the best thing ever. I'm sorry, but spats are even better than panties. Every category of panties, even thongs, spats are the number one. Absolute no contestation. The number one when it comes to, you know, that region of clothing for girls. Nothing beats them. I'm sorry, but it's just how it is. It's absolute number one. There it is. Anyway, back to a serious scene. The boy smiled, basking in Aoko's shock and awe. She could not free her leg. No doubt as soon as she regained her footing, he would tear her stomach open.
どっちにしろミンチだから気にしても仕方がない
Being
よ。
Pepega, nah, it's facts, man. Zero spats, well, they were right there,
も
dude.
ったいない。せっかく治ったばかりなのに。
Oh, that looks bad. Aoko was not sure, but it felt like he had sunk his finger into the flesh of her right leg. He was right about her leg. She barely had any feeling in it. It had been completely paralyzed after the last attack, and was now back in the same horrid state. Except this time, instead of being torn to pieces, it had been crushed to the bone. Her leg might have been numb, but just the look of it was enough to horrify her. The way it was crumpled, all that blood. Any normal person would have died from the shock. As if thinking about someone else, Aoko considered how cruel magic crests could be.
あれまだ目が死んでない。あんまり苦しめたくないんだけど頑丈なのも考えものだよ。
The boy thrust his hand out at Aoko's chest. Phrasing. Her consciousness flickered from the sudden pain of a stake. No, a child's fist piercing her torso. I see what's happening. Thank you for the 2 push-ups, I guess. The scenery flew by. She soared through the air like a ragdoll tossed away by a bored child. I've been actually, again, trying to keep up with my exercising. Because even today I actually biked again. So that was pretty cool. So a bit fatigued, but I'm getting a bit more used to it now that I've done it, you know, pretty, like, many days in a row now. So, getting better and better. Well, there's a bit more push-ups, I guess. Okay. Just like Alice a moment ago, she trembled through the air and hit the ground hard. Her right leg was crushed, her chest caved in. Oof. It was as if her heart had been scooped out of her chest. Each gasp of breath left her wanting more. Was this what it was like to see stars? The terrifying part was the pain. It never let up. Desperately trying to suck in oxygen, she could still feel his fist. Leisurely, the boy strolled across the snow toward Aoko's broken body, his red tongue gliding over his lips. He stared at his prey, who was desperately trying to breathe, his eyes filled with glee. Aoko bit down the temptation to drift away, even though she could find no reason to fight on. The snow had broken her fall slightly, but her death was all but certain. The fist-sized crater in her chest and her mangled leg made sure of that. Even though she knew she was a broken mess, her crests frantically worked to resuscitate her heart. But why? The sight of Toko in the distance was the only thing that kept her conscious. Why does she have a face like that, though? Her sister looked surprised for some reason, like she was witnessing some strange phenomenon that wasn't like her. Wondering what it was, Aoko tried to stay conscious. Feebly trying to raise her head, she looked to where Toko was staring. Why did she look like that when she was so close to victory? Interesting. Christmas! Merry Christmas. His heart was beating faster than normal. The fragmented and disturbing images kept returning, and he desperately pushed them back to the back of his mind. They were thoughts that shook his resolve. He did his best to file them away into an unseen corner of his consciousness. Right now, he could only focus on controlling his breathing and his exertion. Just stay calm, he repeated to himself. He had not stopped for a second since leaving the church, even without giving a thought to what he would do next. So many traffic lights, so many people. It was Christmas. There was no way he would find a taxi. Waiting for one was not an option. It was why he had put his trust in his legs. He dashed through the city streets. He had to find a shorter route than last night. His heart was ready to jump out of his chest, pounding like a hammer against a fire bell. He had no intention of giving up yet, but he could not seem to calm himself down. In his precarious condition, even surrender seemed too great of an effort to spare. Visions of horrible outcomes flashed through his mind. No, calm. He needed to stay calm. That was his only weapon. He was painfully aware of where he was powerless. The best thing he could do was to keep his head on straight. While he wrangled with his mind, his pulse seemed to quicken with every step. The forest was faintly lit by the moon. That was more than enough on such a bare mountain. He followed the two sets of footprints. Ahead lay a situation he had nothing to do with, just like at the amusement park. Yeah, I guess that is true. The witch on the holy night, since, you know, this, what seems to be the climax is happening on Christmas, yeah? Even if you go, there's nothing you can do for them. The only effect her admonishing words had was to hasten his pace. He pushed the ground with his legs even harder, trying to leave his doubt in the kicked-up snow behind him. Of course he was powerless. The pain in his chest told him so. At best, he would be useless, and at worst, he would be a liability. He recalled the binding spell placed on him at the church. It did not matter. His body told him he would regret being torn to pieces less than if he did nothing. Not once did his legs fail him as he ran through the woods, though it felt as though his heart could at any moment. His weakness screamed at him from within, just like back at the amusement park. He was beyond reason or circumstances now. Ultimately, I just want to help her. That was all he really desired. His heart pounded with vigor as he ran through the dark, wintry forest, the only one thing gnawed at his mind. Not concern for the girls, nor anger toward Toko. The red roses bursting forth from her limbs, screams of agony, like childbirth. The harsh reality of something beautiful dying. The nightmare was tenacious. Never again, never ever again did he want to see something like that again if he could help it. Just ahead was the forest clearing. The moonlight shone on the old school building like a spotlight. Once again those thoughts crept back. He could not bear seeing something like that again. That was why he ran. But if he had to face it a second time, how could he stay calm? With that thought in mind, he arrived at the clearing. Somehow his frantic breathing, his rising and lowering shoulders stopped. No exhaustion, no inertia, just blankness, like his mind was frozen in time. This was the second time he felt like this. But the nausea and dizziness from the first time, the pathetic whining of the last few weeks, the doubts clouding his mind, they were all gone. Displaced entirely from his mind by an even stronger emotion. His heart pounded with the force of a sledgehammer. It was a primal sound, loud enough to bring him to his senses. And there he was. Soujyuro stepped into the clearing, letting out a deep but steady exhale. Although his eyes were locked with the blonde-haired boys, his concentration was focused inward. Be calm. Be calm. Every fiber of his being worked to control his breathing. The clearing told the story of Aoko and Alice's crushing defeat. Aoko was lying face up in the snow, her right leg bright red and crushed at the thigh. Her eyes were glazed over, but Soujyuro could tell she was still bravely fighting. Judging by her spluttering, she had taken a hard blow to her chest or back. Soujyuro deduced it was most likely both. Alice's injuries seemed less serious than Aoko's, but she lay motionless on the ground nevertheless. She was lying across from Aoko, face down in the snow, arms out in front, as though pushing herself up was too painful. Before the old school building stood the figure of the mage he had seen before. Paying her no mind, Soujyuro began to walk forward. Feeling calmer since arriving at the clearing, he advanced toward Aoko. Toko did nothing to stop him. No one noticed, but the faintest look of worry flickered in her eyes.
お兄さんもその人たちの仲間?
The child werewolf spoke amicably, confident in his victory, and perhaps also eyeing up a new meal. Soujyuro ignored him and kept walking toward Aoko. The complete disregard wiped the smile from the boy's face. Still, he carried on. The beast's feelings were the last thing on his mind. Once he reached Aoko, he looked down at her with a pained expression on his face. Strangely, he was at a loss for words. After a slight hesitation, all he could manage to say was,
なってないぞ、生徒会長。
Damn.
行く時ぐらい声をかけるものだろう。
His awkward remark was half scolding and half affectionate.
このバカ。
Despite the pain in her stomach, Aoko was able to throw an insult his way.
安心した。余裕あるじゃないか、青崎。
His voice brightened as if buying her bravado. The truth was that she barely had the strength to live. Despite that, Soujyuro looked like he wanted to respond in his usual way. Something like, "See, Aozaki, you're too tough to die, even when someone kills you." Insert Shiro quotes here.
あんた。
As soon as she tried to speak, she ran out of breath. Soujyuro heard her loud and clear this time. He might have looked absent-minded, but he knew exactly how dangerous the situation was. Aoko knew because his carefree-sounding words did not match his expressionless face. Damn, look at his face, bro. Damn. Just take that in for a second. There's a lot of different emotions going on in that face. Before she could say doing, she coughed painfully. Soujyuro pressed his finger to his lips and nodded. Aoko could not believe it, but it looked as though he had gestured her to not speak.
だってほら、状況はあの時と一緒だ。君がやられたら、次はこっちの番なんだろ。だから協力をしに来たんじゃないか。まあ、何もできないのも、あの時と変わってはいないんだけど。
Aoko did not know what to say. She could only look up at him, amazed and awed. The werewolf stared at them, visibly frustrated. After all, he believed himself to be the noblest of all the creatures. Ignoring him was treason, punishable by death. Had Toko not been there, he would have sunk his teeth into Soujyuro's neck by now. He was sure he had been intimidating enough. However, his prey did not show any signs of fear. It was hard to imagine, but maybe, just maybe, this guy did not view him as a threat. Wow.
まあ誰でもいいんだけど、筋張った肉は歯ごたえがあっていいし、何より食い出がある。先にそのお兄さんから始めても構わないよね。
The boy wolf called out once again. Still not responding, Soujyuro raised a hand to his nose. Cool, calm, and collected. The CCC. Paying no mind to the boy, yet keeping an eye on him.
匂うな。
Everyone present was confused. No one seemed to be able to smell anything but him.
何が匂うっていうのかな、お兄さん。
Beo's voice retained his usual arrogance but was tinged with impatience. The boy was unable to hide his irritation at being ignored. Finally, Soujyuro turned to face the boy just a short distance from him.
品のない肉の匂いがする。これだから犬は嫌いなんだ。
Yeah, kind of a badass line, but I don't agree to the dog hating thing though. Okay. His voice was filled with disgust and contempt. He was mainly speaking to himself, but the werewolf boy had never felt so insulted. Even if that was not Soujyuro's intent at all. Oh shit. In a moment, the wind picked up, perhaps signaling a change in the werewolf's mood. A fiery gale whipped around, carving patterns in the snow.
Soujyuro!
Sensing he was about to be killed, Aoko desperately tried to move, but her broken body would not respond. After hearing his insult, Alice was unsuccessfully struggling to get to her feet too. In complete contrast, Soujyuro stood there, firmly and unfazed. The little blonde boy's well of patience had run dry.
そうか。要するに僕が子供だからって舐めてるんだね。
Is it morbin
お
time?
兄さんは
Damn, oh dude, look at his face. He's fucking fuming. Yeah, there you go. Oh my. Oh, he's like half morbid. Oh god, he looks weird. His time playing human was over. Enraged, the boy transformed. He grew larger and larger, golden fur sprouting from his pale flesh. What did you join into? Some real shit, dude? His mouth grew razor-sharp fangs, his hands grew claws. Drawing from the magical energy in the air, he transformed into a preternatural beast, a wolf in the shape of a human.
重化の許しは出していないぞ、ベオ。
Toko yelled at him, but the werewolf did not respond. He only huffed deep breaths of hot air.
バカな話が。
That was all he could say in response to the boy's metamorphosis. Such a transformation was the stuff of nightmares. What was worse, the beast now towered above him. It was enough to make anybody question reality itself. Seeing his prey's reaction satisfied the werewolf, and his maw twisted into a satisfied grin. He was a strange one, this guy, but meat was meat. However, the beast's arrogance was short-lived. The prey breathed a sigh of exasperation before speaking.
それじゃあ本当に犬そのものじゃないか。
Damn, get dogged, son. The double gasp. You could hear a pin drop even in the snow. Aoko, Alice, and Toko were all dumbfounded. Were they really seeing a human not just stare a werewolf down, but insult it to its face? They simply could not believe it. It was too late. Any trace of the wolf's pride or dignity faded away. The onlookers finally realized that the wolf was serious.
ベオ、殺すな。
Uh-oh. But Toko's command fell on deaf ears. The wolf prepared to lunge, his emerald eyes fixed on Soujyuro not 30 feet in front of him. A mere 30 feet. A half second was all he needed. Another half second to bring his claw down and slice his prey from head to toe.
死んだよ、お前。
A roar of joyous, unbridled fury echoed far and wide. It was the only warning the werewolf gave as he exploded towards Soujyuro. 1 second, a golden blur swept forth in a furious gust, too fast for eyes to follow. In the face of unworldly speed, there was only one thing to do. Soujyuro stepped forward, a silent shadow opposite the beastly silhouette of the incoming werewolf. He needed exactly 3 paces. He bet his entire life on around 3 feet of distance. In the blink of an eye, death would be upon him. Yet he did not show the slightest indication he intended to avoid the lunging behemoth. The wolf's forelegs shammed into the ground with earth-shaken fury. His back muscles tensed up so much they seemed barely contained in his frame as he swept a raised paw downward. Soujyuro's small step neatly evaded the claws, but he had a different motive. He was merely positioning himself for the next move. His intention was never to avoid anything. From the beginning, his mind was focused on but one thing. 1 point to aim for. 1 mind. 1 breath. He picked the perfect opening in the wolf's torso, the precise microsecond between contraction and relaxation. That one point alone was the crack in the dam of life. Well, that's a CG right there. He punched the werewolf in its chest with his feeble human strength. Oh! There was a dull thud and a burst of blood. The twisted flesh and gore were all his own. The werewolf's raised claw convulsed. From an insignificant impact, the beast's body was the first to collapse, then his spirit. There was a moment of utter incomprehension. The wolf opened his jaws to try and pull air into his lungs. Gasping, he began to topple forward. The slender figure slipped around to his flank. Ooh, the momentum. The next blow pierced him like a spear. Oh, I like that you can see like the blood arc from him, like, you know, spinning and then the blood coming out of his arm. That's kind of cool. Like you can see the arc it made from just splattering it all over the place. Wow. Ignoring his mangled left arm, the silhouette whirled around and drove his right elbow into the collapsing werewolf's back. The 1-2. There was another muffled impact. The second strike penetrated to the exact same spot the first strike had, crushing the beast's heart. This time, the blood that flew into the air belonged to the gasping wolf. Holy. The werewolf fell to the ground, choking on his own blood. He did not get up. He showed no sign of life. It was over. There was no remorse, no hesitation in that brief act of violence. The perfect, furious golden beast lay still, felled in a mere 3 seconds. No sane person would have bet on this outcome. His breathing calm, the victor stood over the fallen behemoth's body. Damn, look at his face, dude. It's like Kiritsugu in there or something. Oh my god. That is full-on locked-in mode. Holy. Wow. And his other arm is probably fine, right? The one that did the elbow. So, I mean, his first arm seemingly did get absolutely fucked. But considering what he did, that's like the cheapest prize ever. Wow. Holy. Even as the beast lay crumpled in the snow, he could not grasp what had happened. His heart had ruptured, cutting the blood flow to his body and brain, leaving him helpless. So what he did is he's like, from the front, he hit the heart, right, in the chest, and then from the back, he hit the elbow to the heart, right? So it's like a pincer attack, right? Like a 1-2. Is that what that's basically what he did, right? Like he hit the front and then he did his like spin a mover around with the elbow to the back. Both connecting to basically where the, you know, heart is from their respective sides. Yeah. Damn. That's some actual martial arts shit, dude. Like a killer move. Wow. Yeah, he probably broke his elbow though, let's be real. Considering what happened to his other arm. But it still looks better than his other arm. Okay. Anyway. That much he knew. If he were a normal creature, he would be dead. As it was, this was a trifling inconvenience. Once his heart was repaired, his body would heal as well. It was not as if he had been struck by magecraft exceeding his own mystical nature, This was little different than a grazed knee. Which is what was so strange. Your heart does not stop from a grazed knee. The werewolves frantically searched his memory. He managed to remember right up until the moment he raised his claws. But what had come after that? Given the right transformation, he knew he could withstand even a cannon blast. How had a puny human dropped him? Wait, before that, he had to figure out exactly what his opponent did to him. The moment he got in close, yes, he had felt a small impact. The attack was so accurate that it probably only affected his heart. Ridiculous. Even if that was possible, there was no way that alone could stop a werewolf's heart. In the end, no matter how much he thought about it, nothing added up. The answer was so out of reach for a werewolf with no knowledge of being backed into a corner, let alone the limits of human skill. So what's the opposite of a skill issue? Is that what happened here? Skill mastery? Only one thing was certain, he had lost. He tried to piece together the sequence of events. The explosion in his chest, the flash of white. After that, he was falling over. He took another blow to his back. That was the one that disrupted his heart. Could lose, indeed. Oh, you can see the spin again, with the blood splattering. It was physically impossible. The boy gnashed his teeth and tensed his body in indignation at this unfair conclusion. Enough thinking. He was ready. From the ground, he glared at his enemy to his side. Well, it is what it is. The very next moment, an unknown type of pain coursed down his spine. It had eyes, cold eyes, staring, piercing, colorless. The moon looked more alive. Its arms were broken. Its inhumanly powerful attack had mangled them beyond recognition. If it was in pain, it would have cried out. But it was silent. Was it ever alive? Whoa, red text, whoa. Those dead eyes. He'd seen eyes like those before. Those eyes without hatred, without joy, without any feeling behind them at all. It was a mindless insect. The werewolf's hair stood on end. What was this creeping chill crawling up his spine? Having never experienced fear, the werewolf did not know what had become of him. Despite countless clashes against other mystics, it had been a human that broke him. He knew beasts even larger than himself. He knew legendary creatures like himself. He did not know this. He never met, much less imagined, a human-sized bug. The chill down the werewolf's spine was so vicious it threatened to split him in two. If he moved even an inch, it would crush his skull underfoot. In spite of the despair gripping him, the boy paradoxically sensed that his opponent would not move at all. This human would exhibit no further violence. It was a creature, no, a stone that held no animal instincts. It masqueraded as a human. Stone, huh? He's just a rock. The contradiction grated against his heart, his values, a phantom pain born of an unknown emotion, fear. It wasn't just grating, it was like many needles slowly digging into his heart. This had been his first taste of doubt, of reality. Such contradictions existed in the world after all. They were irrationalities and questions you did not want to hear the answers to. So it's like after you eat like a really hot chili, it really starts to hit you. It's that point. The suppressed pain suddenly flowed through his body like a raging river. This was also a first. Until now, he had always been able to control pain. He had never known what it was like to tremble. An elemental might have even felt sorry for him if it were here to watch. How sad, born complete yet lost in the lunacy of the human world. His heart had fully regenerated. Howling in mental agony, the beast clutched his own trembling body. Those eyes, those human eyes looking straight through him. And then the boy realized the only reason he was still alive. Even with both arms broken, the human could have finished him off with its legs. But it mattered not, because his opponent was giving him a taste of his own medicine. This was not revenge for trying to kill him. This was revenge for the wounds he inflicted on the girls. The absurdity of it all made his throat tighten. His breathing was frantic. This human had no sense of self. It had no concern for its own safety when it stood between him and the girls. That must be why it had no hate or fear, or perhaps even intent to kill him. Indeed, the fact that he was alive had nothing to do with the human's will. The fight was machine-like, so was its judgment. An eye for an eye and nothing more. If the werewolf had killed one of the girls, this exchange would have ended differently. Did he do... Is that what it means by eye for an eye? Because he thought Aoko was also hit both into the chest and the back, which was the, what mostly damaged her in this fight. I mean, her leg as well, but yeah, that was the biggest thing. Interesting. He shuddered at the thought. He had never entertained such a possibility. He had never had to, because he was supposed to be the one exception to that rule. Agony kicked him hard in the gut. No matter the mystic, nothing was immune from injury, from decay. The boy finally understood an obvious law of the world. Or rather, he had been taught. Those eyes, they would not stop staring down at him. Retribution was a universal law. He was now painfully aware of that fact. And yet, the one who brought form to this idea was this human. The pain of defeat, the pain in his heart, the pain of comprehending the incomprehensible. Pain. The impossibility of it all had shattered his perfect world. So he basically he got hit with the biggest reality check is what happened. He got reality checked. It ate at him, consumed every fiber of his being. Because again, he never had to go through any of this shit before, but now like even though he was supposed to be the exception, even he can be subject to this shit. The doubt made his head spin. It was too much. Humans were impossible to understand. The ultimate reality check. He had not been made to face the death of another, but his own. Unable to cope, he reverted to his human form. Damn, even the ultimate copium would not be enough. Quietly, He shivered like a frightened child in a mother's lap. So he's not dead, but he's done. He's basically done now. Because he still regens, right? But he's done. He's just done now. Still lying in the snow, Aoko choked on her words, unable to entirely comprehend what had unfolded.
Soujyuro, anta.
She could not hide the trembling in her voice.
Nani?
He's like, huh? Huh? Okay. Speaking in his usual way, Soujyuro nonchalantly turned toward her.
何って。今自分が何をしたか分かってんの？
Well, I guess in his mind it really was just a feral beast, right? He doesn't know it was like the most legendary creature alive right now. So, you know, there's that. It's just a POV issue, you know? She shouted angrily as though he had done something wrong. He looked surprised, wondering what on earth he had done to upset her. He lowered his gaze back to the wolf boy. Knitting his brow in dismay, he finally realized what Aoko was referring to.
心外だな。青崎は分かってると思ってた。
He looked at her in disappointment.
分かってるって何をよ。
Clueless moment. Just big dogs, yeah, I mean in his mind at least. Feeling slightly affronted, Aoko responded curtly. He sighed.
山じゃ、熊はそう珍しいものじゃない。
He's like, yeah, I mean I deal with this shit all the time. I mean this is clearly no different, right?
以前確かに言ったじゃないか。
He's disappointed that she didn't remember this story. Aoko's jaw dropped. It took her a moment to process what he had just said. She recalled some meaningless conversation or other from who knows when.
君、もしかして俺をバカにしているのか？まったく。なんで熊を倒すためなんかに修行しなくちゃいけないんだ。
Yeah, true. Honestly, in the actual, I feel like, you know, chain of power, a bear would be more dangerous than a wolf, or more powerful as well. And if they were to fight, a bear would probably win as well, because it has so much more mass, basically. Even like a normal brown bear would still probably fuck up a, you know, wolf. Yes, now she thought about it, they had spoken about that. He'd mentioned being familiar with large beasts, and she couldn't deny that she'd heard him utter some anachronistic nonsense about training against them. Which meant he was used to dealing with animals larger than himself. If he lived the sort of life that involved run-ins with wild bears, then a man-wolf might only have been surprising but not particularly frightening. Yeah. Honestly, maybe it would have been better if he stayed in the human form. He probably would have approached the fight a bit differently or something. Oh, Daryl is here. I told people you might not even make it today, but hey, nice to see you though. How you doing? He would have died if the bears wanted him to. I don't know. He seems pretty confident, but yeah, fair. Totally no bias in that comment though. Aoko hung her head. After all this time, who was it that really made no sense?
参ったわ。あなたの勝ちよ、そうじ
Yeah,
ゃ。
let him have this one, come on. It was hard to tell whether she spoke in admiration or exasperation. Either way, as she slouched in the snow, Aoko spoke quietly enough so only she could hear her words. God damn. So what's her reaction then to what just happened? Toko, on the other hand, understood exactly what had transpired. Beo lay fallen, now just a sobbing boy, and another boy stood over him with two shattered arms. Near fatally wounded, Aoko and Alice still could not stand but had recovered enough to breathe. As for Toko, she had only a few tricks up her sleeve, maybe 3 or 4 more runes at best. The crests on her back were unusable. She could use the remaining magical energy from the field imprisoning her grandfather, but that would be stupid. If she released her grandfather, she would lose ownership of the sacred ground. Failing to defeat Aoko and Alice now would mean starting over from square one, and she could not afford that. This sibling rivalry had to end. It has to be tonight. Toko had gambled everything on her surprise attack, using the fact that she was still an Aozaki to infiltrate Misaki's defenses. For 3 years she had labored, selling her work to the association, and she had used 20 years' worth of hair to mobilize an army of familiars. It was now or never.
だが、私は失敗した。
She had overestimated the werewolf's power. It should have been enough. Against mages alone, Beowulf by himself would have been enough to ensure complete victory. But things did not always go according to plan. Beo's incredible strength was conditional. She knew he was not infallible, so why hadn't she prepared a contingency plan? Her heart as cold as ice, Toko stared at Soujyuro, who stood tall. You stopped by and ate something after your trip? Okay. Hopefully the food was good at least. Very nice. His arms were a hideous mess. The arm he used to strike Beo head-on barely even resembled an arm. His bones were bent out of shape, his muscles were torn to shreds. To say his arm was simply broken would be a gross understatement. Streams of crimson ran down his other arm onto the white snow. The elbow he drove into Beo's back was likely shattered, and his muscle and tendons torn up to his shoulder. So yeah, definitely big damage on both arms. Judging from the state of his arms, it was doubtful he would be able to use them again. Worse than his arms were his left leg and no doubt his internal organs too. He had used the leg to take the full brunt of Beo's charge. At a glance, it looked fine, but it was now just a useless hunk of meat attached to his torso. His insides were worse. Supporting the weight of Beo had ruptured his spine, causing widespread internal bleeding. So he's basically really fucked up right now. Basically, he was a dead man standing. Sheesh. A bird with clipped wings. Living like that would not be living at all. He could barely stand, let alone fight again. In contrast, the collapsed werewolf was unscathed. Only once had he coughed up blood. The majority of the pool of red on the snow was Soujyuro's, a crimson tapestry telling the story of the boy who stood strong and defeated a werewolf.
当然だ。衝撃には反動が伴う。拳を振るうのなら相応の負担がある。まして相手は人狼。走ってくる鉄の壁を真っ向から殴るようなものだ。それを。
Perhaps he had known what would happen. Animals instinctively limit their strength in order to protect their body. Compensating for physical weakness with intellect and technique was humanity's forte, and that clash had shown humans at their very best, and yet it had also been beyond human. He had attacked without concern for his own safety. Without self-preservation in mind, he could go beyond human capability, enough to strike through the steel-like fur of a legendary werewolf. But who would have thought that a beast able to withstand a shot from a tank would be felled by a mere human?
いや、違う。ためらうことなく殴りつけたから壊れたのではない。初めからあれは壊すことを前提にしていたな。
He sacrificed his entire body to destroy Beo's heart. Toko felt a chill come over her as she went over in her head what had transpired. It should have been a nightmarish scene, but she was captivated by that supreme display of physical rationality. From the outside looking in, she had witnessed not an accident, but a rational consequence. In that instant, the boy had put his entire being into piercing Beo's chest. As soon as he laid eyes on Aoko and Alice, he had committed himself fully to the task. He sized Beo up, synchronized his breathing, found his weak point, and calculated the exact position, timing, and distance he would need to hold his ground. He knew what he had to do to win and did it with everything he had. It's such a locked-in expression he had here in that moment. He's like completely like analyzing him and staying focused. Wow. Yeah, and that's exactly what happened here now. He went over that, clearly. He used everything, so yeah, he got fucked up, but you know, it kind of worked, so wow. It had nothing to do with instinct. A wild creature would not have tried to beat something it could not. Only a human would risk his life when faced with the impossible. Yeah, curse you, intellect. That contradiction fed his attack. He twisted his body from his heel to his neck to focus his energy. If Beo had simply tried to run him down, the werewolf would probably have won. But the beast wanted to rip him to shreds. Or rather, he was baited into doing so. After Beo charged when he planted his feet, he raised his claw and swung downward, putting himself off balance. His pose was erratic, his movement wild. In that moment, he was vulnerable. That was when Soujyuro made his move. The beast had overwhelming power, but it was sloppy. But this is such a cool... I mean, obviously he doesn't have like the actual force that a servant does, but this picture really reminds me of Assassin Lee. Even with the shockwaves and everything. I mean, he would not even be a fraction of, you know, a servant Lee's power, of course, but it's just a really similar looking, like, technique used here. This is very cool. Very, very nice. Whereas the human concentrated all of his meager power into a single point. That was how the human shifted the balance in his favor. The follow-up elbow attack would rupture Beo's heart. It was a graceless second strike, a sloppy blow no different from Beo's. The elbow was only able to penetrate the beast's golden fur because of the first attack to his chest.
あの時点でベオは丸裸にされていた。無敵の人狼がその機能の一切を休止させられた。つまり
The strike was not meant to break but to disable. All living creatures had weaknesses. No matter how strong the creature, it had weak points and weak moments. Not just physically, but mentally too. A time when they aren't in their best shape, unable to focus or find motivation. Sickness or a lack of sleep or food, for example, can cause the body's rhythm to go out of sync. For a variety of reasons, intelligent beings risked losing their ability to function properly. Legendary beasts were no exception.
弱点、欠点をつく魔術なら知っているが、全てを投げ打って弱点を生むとはな。
The boy's strike to the heart was not an attempt to kill Beo. It was designed to create a weakness in something that had none. The elbow attack took advantage of that break in Beo's invulnerability.
加えて、笑えることに不意打ちですらない。ベオの神経の伝達速度なら、毒が当たった瞬間に感知し対応できる。だが、そもそもそれを毒と認識できなければ、変形のしようもない。毒ではないものが毒になるなんて落とし穴を、誰が教えてやれるものか。
She was frustrated, to say the least. The boy was totally committed, utterly selfless. He bet his life on that single moment without expecting a single thing in return. That boy had acquired the experience and skill to do such a thing. It was not a miracle of luck, nor a miracle of passion. It was not talent, tenacity, or hatred. Without constant, intense training, no one could destroy their own body on a whim like that.
子供には相手が悪かったようね。
Seeing Beo covering in the snow, Toko was disappointed in her own lack of foresight. She had used him for his talent alone, ignoring his inexperience. If Beo was not a child, his life experience might have given him the strength to bounce back and devour Soujyuro after regenerating. Too bad he never mentally really grew up.
ベオを責めるべきか、それとも君を評価すべきなのか。
Toko quietly lifted her left hand. Nobody noticed. Standing far away, the boy standing there looked like a hunter from a picture book. He had a slender build, but that likely was because he intentionally shed any excess. Given what she just witnessed, his cluelessness had to be part of an act. The act of a hunter. As she thought to herself, she suddenly remembered the first thing that crossed her mind the first time they spoke.
そうだったな。だが、それは忘れていたかったよ。宗十郎君。
No sooner had she felt a slither of sentiment, she returned to her unshakable resolve. She was raised as the heir to the Aozaki household, taught never to question the morality of her actions. That was why, even now, she knew exactly what she had to do.
でも、よかった。
Whoa. Soujyuro muttered, unmoving perhaps because of the pain in his broken arms. He did not look at Aoko. Instead, his gaze was focused on Alice, who was lying prone some way away. Aoko thought he looked lonely.
よかったって何がよ。
She asked, spurring him on. They were mere steps away from each other, close enough to touch hands. Their quiet voices carried in the stillness.
私たちが無事だったからなんて言ったら怒るわよ。
She was not joking. Soujyuro turned away from her slightly, shaking his head.
口にするのは3度目だけど、青崎の心配はしていないんだ。いや、さっきはちょっと意識が飛んだようなんだけど。
He said as an embarrassed smile crossed his face. The first time he outright fainted, but the second time his passion pushed the dizziness and nausea aside. He just calmly did what he could, as best as he could. Nevertheless, no matter how calm he tried to be, deep within festered a very real rage.
じゃあ何が良かったの、宗十郎。
Aoko's voice had a slight tinge of annoyance. Soujyuro responded.
だって、ようやく約束が守れた。そっちだけが約束を守ってるのに、こっちは果たせなかっただろう。それがずっと気になっていたんだ。その機会があって、本当に良かった。
His relief expressed itself as a small but heartfelt smile. Aoko listened, astonished. For a moment she could not recall what promise Soujyuro was talking about. When she remembered what he was talking about, what she had told him all that time ago in the amusement park, her mind went blank.
あいつをやっつけるのに協力したら、俺のことは見逃してくれる？
He proposed a deal, but in the end he hadn't been of any use. Oh yeah, because he was gonna lead the thing into the maze, but then it just ran away anyway. So yeah. But I guess now he did what he set out to do there back then. Well. It must have been eating away at him this entire time. Aoko had considered the agreement binding, but only for herself.
あんなどうでもいいことを。
Yeah, I mean, he's a very simple guy. But he stays true to himself. She muttered in disbelief. Soujyuro gave a nod and affirmed with a tiny voice.
約束は自分のために果たすものだって教えてくれたのは青崎だ。だから君が守っている限り俺も守らないといけない。はあ、ずっと俺はそうしたかったんだ。
As if listening to a confessional, Aoko stayed silent. She could not find the words to say anyway. Soujyuro proved ever the enigma. Taking such a trivial promise so seriously and speaking so sincerely about something so basic. She could not wrap her head around how he had beaten a werewolf, But his personality, that was the true mystery. Yeah. He really is like a unique personality, yeah. I don't think I've ever really seen a character that is the same as him in personality. Oh yeah, like that's the combination of all the emotes, man. Those are all the emote names. Yeah, they're pretty interesting. There was no use trying to figure that out now. To Aoko Aozaki, he was a riddle wrapped in an enigma, wrapped in a conundrum.
それじゃあ借りは返したから帳尻はゼロだ。これで貸し借りはなしだぞ、青崎。
He said lightly, perhaps attempting to break the silence. Normally this would have passed her by, but she saw his kindness for what it was.
貸しがついたのはこっちの方よ。これじゃあどうやって返していいかわからないじゃない。
He nodded in happy agreement.
それより青崎の足なんか塞がってるな。もしかしてもう立てるのか？
Damn, he's got even blood on his face. God damn, dude. She shot him a stubborn look as if to say, well, duh, obviously. Ever amazed by her grit, he offered her his right hand. Despite being broken at the elbow, to Aoko it looked as sturdy as ever. By all appearances, it was beyond recovery and would be for the rest of his life. Even so, he seemed able to ignore the pain for Aoko's sake.
ほんと、あんたってバカ。
Hey Dapper, good morning, man. She uttered under her breath, looking up at him. As much as he hated to admit, or she hated to admit, she could not refuse his hand. Resigning herself, she reached out to him. But her hand never reached his. A small bell chimed. A line of wind whipped through the air. It cut through his waist like a guillotine. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, dude. Oh shit. Oh shit. Whoa. That's tough, dude. That's pretty tough. Whoa. Whoa. Oh my. Pieces began to fall. What were those things dropping before her eyes? Aoko could not remember who they belonged to.
Soujyuro?
That used to be his name, right? The name of whoever lay in the red snow in front of her. His face now rested on the ground beneath her chin. The smell of viscera assaulted her nostrils. A river of blood flowed from what used to be a stomach. It happened so fast. But as soon as I saw that one small speck of blood on her cheek, I had a bad feeling, and it happened immediately after. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Hey, True Knight, thank you for the 34 months, dude. And a big welcome back to the Go Gig. Wow. Too fast for her mind to process, in fact. Her only solace was he probably did not suffer. How could she think that so calmly, especially after what she had witnessed? Her blood boiled at her own stupidity. Which begged the question, how should she treat the one who did this? She had used all her anger on herself. She had none left to give anyone else. But this hatred was hers and hers alone. Her problem was this. Could she muster the emotions from this drawed-off anger? She was not sure, but the thought of hunting them down made her smile unconsciously in anticipation. Aoko turned to the old school building to where Toko was standing with her arm out in front of her. She had used the same rune magecraft she used against Aoko and Alice, except Soujyuro had no magic crests. Toko's amber eyes were narrowed, staring intensely at the fallen corpse. As to what she might have been feeling, Aoko could not care less. Even if Toko felt regret, Aoko would never forgive her for as long as she drew breath.
やはり君からこうしておくべきだったな。
Toko was not speaking to Aoko but to the dead body. There was no response, no clouds of breath. Coming to terms that he was truly dead, Aoko pushed herself up to her feet.
案外無様ね。
Facing her sister in the distance, Aoko spoke hoarsely.
でも正しい選択だわ。これで勝負はやり直しだもの。
She turned away from Soujyuro and stared at Aoko. They stood far apart. Farther apart than their positions made them seem. Though there was nothing left to say, the two of them exchanged words in respect of the fact that they were once sisters.
ああ、魔術刻印という私の切り札はこの通りで、人狼というカードもお前の切り札の前に敗れ去った。だが、そちらも刻印を使い切り、彼も今息絶えた。
And the window.
互いに決定打はなくなったわけだ。
そうね。私も甘かった。人狼が再起不能になった時点で、あなたが敗北を認めたなんて勝手に思い上がるんだから。本来ならそうなるんだけど、あなたがそんなに諦めがいいのなら、この町に戻ってきはしないものね。本当に甘かった。
It was clear to Toko that Aoko was trying to suppress her emotions. Aoko was right though, her sister had counted on Beowulf to succeed. As mages, no matter what cards Aoko or Alice had in their hands, they were helpless against the werewolf. But then Soujyuro had showed up, and Toko couldn't win as long as he was around. Unfortunately, though he had stopped the werewolf, he had been defenseless against the mage. So she had to kill him. With Soujyuro out of the way, no one could hold Beo back. It would take time for him to recover, but as long as his wounds were only mental, that could be overcome. Alice and Aoko could try to attack again before he recovered, but Alice was being kept in check by the poison, so Toko still had the advantage. Stalemate still, the battle would drag on. Unless Aoko were to use it. Powdery snow began to whirl around. The air around her wailed. It was magecraft that transcended all that was mystical. The gate to miracles beyond human comprehension, ready to show itself.
やる気のようね、青子。
Toko released the crests maintaining the fields. With that, her grandfather would be freed, and the barriers around Misaki would be restored. Which was not what she wanted, but it was that or forfeit her life. The crests at her disposal were now twice as powerful as her sisters. Aoko gazed at this new threat with her eyes half closed. None of this was her concern. Far removed from the situation, she was searching for something hidden deeper inside herself, desperate to reach it. There it was, an odd feeling, like picking up algae. It was not the fire of emotion, it was not solid, nor great. It must have been what people meant by rising to the occasion. Abandoning thought itself, Aoko held on to that feeling as she stared at her enemy.
いいわよ、トウコ。
She spoke softly yet more loudly than a scream.
お望み通り、本当の魔法を見せてあげる。
Focusing her power into the dim crests on her right arm, she weaved the words together. A single incantation, a final heartfelt farewell, a brilliant blue-colored magic, taking time back to when a certain someone had been blessed. Okay. To put it simply, magecraft is human wisdom. It is the world as we know it. Okay, it's kind of obvious that it's happening at this point, but Shadow, you gotta really calm down, dude. You're always like talking about stuff before they happen, dude. I know you're excited, but you gotta calm down. Even if it's probably all kind of obvious at this point, but yeah, still try to only mention stuff when it actually like kind of happened already, you know, if possible. Like you've been kind of doing it a lot today. I didn't really want to talk about it, but yeah, can you calm down a little bit, you know, just calm it down, please, you know. Okay, but okay, here we go. Well, yeah, anyone else as well. Yeah, calm down. Like, talk about stuff after they happen, okay, if possible. Like, not even any, like, fake hints or, like, anything, you know? So, yeah. Like, when it has happened, we can talk about it, you know? That's way better, okay? Anyway. Magecraft is human wisdom. It is the world as we know it. Magic is the singularity that exists beyond either of those. At the beginning, the first changed all. Next, the second recognized many. In answer, the third showed the future. Tethered, the fourth concealed itself. And the final fifth had long since lost its significance. Someone once said, had it only ended at the third. Magecraft is the study of history, feats of our making and life orbiting the planets. But true magic is the providence of a god beyond the heavens. Why do those who stand on the earth extol the virtues of miracles beyond humankind and the planets? This was an undeniable sin. Magic was the enemy of humanity. Dun dun dun. That is why those who obtain a new magic are killed by the red shadow. Oh yeah, we saw this in the park, right? Yeah, I remember this now. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that we kind of saw the red shadow in the park, the amusement park. Okay, that sounds like an incantation. Okay. Aoko's voice resonated through and high above the winter skies. The air began to fracture, turning the scenery to broken glass. Toko wondered whether she should fight or flee. She decided to try and keep her feelings in check and see this through. But the object of her obsession for so many years was right in front of her. Rationality was slipping from her grasp. Both of their fates were now uncertain. Toko had an overwhelming advantage when it came to her crests and to terrain. When it came to true magic, however, if the Aozaki magic was anything like Alice's fairy tale monsters, then mage strength was not a part of the equation. At this point it was Toko against magic itself, and there was no winning against truth. I like that it's capitalized. The transcendence and idiosyncrasy of true magic rendered things like magecraft irrelevant. There's like a whole tier above, dude. Toko stared at her sister, wondering if she could actually use it. Her proclamation lacked conviction. She had raised her voice, but that was out of discipline. It had not been the arrogant conviction to sacrifice someone else for her own gain. Having not been chosen to inherit it, Toko could not imagine what the magic in her sister was. Only that it was a force violent enough to change the world. No human mind could withstand the audacity required to make an enemy of the world itself. Ooh. Especially not someone as indecisive as her sister. The power of magic would surely cripple her. Oh, that's a familiar looking camera angle. Feeling Toko's eyes on her, Aoko doubted herself. She could not help but hesitate. Terror gripped her heart tighter.
でもだからって
She could not run away forever. Her hesitation and terror meant she would never forgive herself for stopping now. Closing her eyes, she pushed herself into the final stage. Oh. Time stopped, like a light being switched off. She submerged herself in her own darkness. Everything froze, only she moved. Everything around her disappeared as she passed a limitless stream of stars. And as soon as she did, she wanted to disappear into the empty, thoughtlessness place she arrived in without any answers. Not again. The red shadow will surely come this time. Suddenly, I saw a new memory. Possibly because I used another to make the trade for blank. Interesting. I heard a familiar yet new sound. I wish for nothing. I seek nothing. Only to fuse with the consciousness that hurtles backward in time to zero. This sound, the bitter, sad meaninglessness pulls me by my hair. But I have to resist. The red ghost was always going to be my biggest hurdle. I must forget the value of life. I must forget the dignity of death. The sound persists. It's got nothing to do with this journey. It's just an external distraction. And yet I think I finally understand. I know what noise has been making me so uneasy. What the unsettling whispers were directed at me. Or perhaps the red shadow was perplexed by the quiet soul listening to it. It glares at me, its eyes full of hatred. How could I be so unprepared? Don't tell me. You can't be serious. You're going to turn me into your prey for that? That is your everything. You have nothing else. The effect of rewinding, the decision to never say never, his prime, his meaningless life. She negated it. She used her superior power to negate that sound which was an absolute rule to him. Just brushed it aside like it was a cobweb. The sound disappeared, a new one replaced it. I wish for nothing, I want nothing. A pure obedient heart. That's why you get nothing. A life of falsehood led by affirmation. This is ridiculous. My legs move toward the future, but they stop. Change of plans. I'm taking a different path. Nothing's changed. It's just something that has made me real mad. How can I put it? You call this the past, you idiot? If I don't complain about something to someone, I'll explode. Even if it's just to the voice, or to he who hears it, or to the part of me who just stays quiet and watches, or to the one who did that to him. With no answer, I open my eyes. Hey Soto, thank you for the 8 months, and a big welcome back to the Go Gang. Thanks so much, my dude. Okay. Aoko released everything she had dragged up. As for what was there, or what she saw, she could not remember. All she held on to was the fury that burned in her heart. Pushed on by something, she did not know what, she opened the door to magic. So the change was extraordinary. Beneath her, the snow vanished, replaced by a small patch of lush green grass. This ground had never existed under the frozen blanket. It had been rewritten into a new landscape. The very elements rejected her, as if the world itself was fighting back. The electrical discharge lashed at her body. This miracle threatened to destroy the world. The world had to protect itself. It moved to expunge her. Pain scorched her every cell, trying to tear away her consciousness. But she did not falter. All this pain and this loneliness was to take her to the root. Oh shit! You know it's true magic now. Ever since inheriting true magic, she had suffered this torture time and time again. She contended against the voiceless protest of the cosmos. The burden engulfed her retinas and nerves in flames. And then light. She finally understood. She remembers why she came back and what she wanted to scream.
青を示す我が名において告げる。
A censoring voice told her to stop. At the edges of oblivion, her hand touched the true form of magic. The snarling red flashbang... I read Carol's message. The snarling red shadow was there, telling her it was no use. So much doubt, so much fear. But such things mean nothing to her. To me. I don't care about a magician's obligations or the destruction of mankind. I'm sick and tired of hearing about it. I only have one reason for doing anything right now. God, I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. I just want to save him.
No, say.
A blue whirlwind whisked up around her. Casting aside her doubt and sorrow, the magician played her trick upon the world. Time flowed backward. Holy shit, this is so visually impressive. Childhood memories were overwritten. Oh shit. White flowers appeared as far as the eye could see. Brighter than snow, they rippled like a wave across the world, devouring it. Oh shit. There it is.
Timeless. Wow.
Order has fallen to ruin. What was declared had come to be. In this time and place alone, the fifth magic made itself known. In the blink of an eye, the snowy clearing had transformed. A sea of fully bloomed white flowers blanketed the grounds. Only the dilapidated school building and the bare winter trees signified this was the original world. The once cold wind now blew with a pleasant warmth across the landscape. Even the night sky was once again teeming with stars. If one reached out, one could almost touch them. It was a mix of comfort and solitude, quiet enough to carry the sound of insects flying through the air. A scene far removed from the impurity and grief of humans. A world with nothing, yet one that needed nothing. It was his most precious memory. The winter tundra had changed into a spring meadow. Aoko's so-called true magic confused Toko. Sure, it was pleasing to the eye, but she wanted to see something less idyllic. Aoko's spell was clearly no small feat, but the surrounding mana had not changed. Better to be confused though than deal with something like Alice's flat snark. The only changes seemed to be the flower field and Aoko's appearance. Yeah, it's very different. I like that it also changes her clothes. I'm not sure if that's ever gonna be explained, but sure, pretty cool drip though. She seemed to have received some enhancement to her physical form, but it would never be enough to match Toko.
確かに魔法といえば魔法だが
Toko said with a hint of annoyance.
あいにくとお互い夢見る年頃ではないのだ
She's disappointed. Oh no.
まさかそれで終わりではないだろ
Aoko began walking through the sea of flowers. But she was not heading toward Toko.
いえ、これでおしまいよ。私も、あなたも。
Wow. Aoko's words sent a wave of unease through Toko. Her sister's voice seemed different somehow. It was mostly the same in pitch, so it had to be the tone. No, that was the same too. Something was off. Could it be? True, she can't hear the amazing music that's blasting. It was then Toko noticed something else that had changed. The background music! Not just Aoko and the clearing. The severed body lying at Aoko's feet. It was now whole! Corpse reanimation? Wound healing? It did not look like Aoko had used a significant formula, and besides, regenerating a body did not bring it back to life. Since the dawn of time, even true magic has never been able to bring back the dead. But the body of the boy behind Aoko was moving. It was breathing. Like he was taking a nap.
死者の蘇生が青崎の魔法いや違うあれは蘇生というより
Before she could think of an answer, Toko realized what had seemed out of place to her before. Aoko's mannerisms appeared beyond her years. Her appearance had changed ever so slightly, but beyond there had been a change from within. By the time Toko arrived at that seemingly impossible conclusion, Aoko had closed the distance between them.
多分、セット。
Aoko raised her left hand to eye level. Toko could not see, no, hear the magical energy generating inside Aoko. It was sound Toko had never heard before. Aoko only possessed single-function low-grade circuits no better than any other third-rate mage, so she generated magical energy at a much lower rate than Toko. However, this speed was absurdly quick, moving even faster than the blood pumping through her body. Magecraft could vibrate, but how in the hell were the activated circuits audible? Even the association had never heard of such a thing.
我が目前に勝利ありき
Spurred to action by the sudden dread she felt, Toko hurriedly carved runes into the air. Toko summoned the divine protection of victory, Tyr, to surround herself with a barrier, which was further enhanced by her crests. Isn't Tyr like... That's still like Norse stuff, right? It's like Icelandic, maybe? Paying it no mind, Aoko held her arm steady, not moving it up to strike her target directly.
展開。
Aoko commanded herself succinctly. Damn. I mean, she does get a lot of bullets in her MP form as well. Makes sense. This was beyond magecraft. In just a few words, she had fired 20 magical bullets. Sure now. Like a meteor shower, the bullets smashed through the rocket-proof rune barrier as well as Toko's spell-woven coat. Damn. Rapid fire. The protective runes lining her coat screamed they would not be able to take another barrage like that, and she had already taken internal injuries. She loathed to admit it, but Aoko vastly outclassed Toko in terms of raw power. Even harder than to admit was that her sister probably had not even brought out the big guns yet. All the runes. Jumping backward, Toko drew more runic symbols in the air. In response, her crest burned brightly, but with a single word, Aoko nullified the runes, dissolving them before they could be given meaning. The power of Aoko's words had surpassed the magical energy of Toko's rune magecraft. With the runes nullified, Aoko continued advancing through the white flowers. From her calmness to her robust spinning of her circuits and her breathing, she was different. A woman with sublime self-control, a trait only found in mages with a lifetime of combat experience. Given the evidence, that was the only explanation for the Aozaki magic. Aoko's circuits had not been amplified. That would have been impossible anyway. Like Toko, she would have to externalize them, which would just increase the scope of her magical energy and techniques. By nature, the quality of a mage's circuits did not change. But Aoko was now clearly a superior mage to Toko. So there was only one logical conclusion. Who's the big sister now? In an instant, she had grown from an amateur to a veteran. She fast-forwarded her own time. The scarred red mage turned her back on her sister and ran. Yeah, she realized she's never gonna be able to win this. She knew she could not win, so she flew toward the old school building. Aoko did not fire. Not out of pity, but because she deduced an attack at this range was risky. She went to chase after her sister, but stopped suddenly. A few words caught in her throat. She took a small breath.
Alice, そいつ、お願い。
Oh. She said, slightly embarrassed by the maturity of her voice. Also, Alice is back on her feet. White petals flitted through the air. Without looking back, she made after Toko, her long hair flowing behind her. Wow. Damn, that was intense as fuck. Damn. He's back. His eyelids snapped open. At last, Soujyuro awoke from his long slumber. Lying on his back, he gazed up at the stars. The trees around him created a porthole into space. Despite seeing all this for the first time, he felt an uncomfortable sense of déjà vu. So many questions. What happened before he fell asleep? Why hadn't he been sleeping? Everything was just so hazy. It was like he had walked out of the door 1 minute and woken up in bed the next. With so many thoughts clouding his mind, he could barely recall his own name. All he could remember was a girl he'd never seen before and something thin around his neck.
Shizuki-kun.
Oh. The voice, quiet but clear, belonged to the girl named Alice Kuonji, who was at his side.
そういえば、
そうだ。
He sat up, mumbling incoherently. The black-clad girl knelt next to him.
花だ。
He said, paying no mind to Alice. Under the blue moonlight, spring flowers swayed, surrounded by dead trees and snow. Against the curtain of night, white petals danced in the breeze like butterflies. Staring long and hard at the spectacle, Soujyuro suddenly raised his fingers to his neck. He moved carefully like he was touching a wound. Then gradually he began squeezing, harder, harder.
しずきくん、
The voice of the girl beside him brought him back to reality.
せっかく戻れたのにまた行くの？
Oh, that's a line though. She sounded both sad and reproachful, but Soujyuro did not understand why. Seeing the uncharacteristic concern in her eyes snapped him to his senses.
行くってどこに？
His fingers fell away from his neck. Without answering, she blankly looked to the sky, though there was only the infinite darkness of space.
まあいいや。それより俺は何をしてたんだろう。なんか変だ。ごちゃごちゃしてる。
He tilted his head in confusion. Alice observed him motionlessly. This bewildered boy was a far cry from the one that made short work of a werewolf. Then again, this was him. He is him. As she stared at him, she realized she did not have an answer he could understand. So she tried asking a question. The same question she asked him repeatedly as he slept, but eventually gave up expecting a response to.
今までしずきくんは何をしていたの？
Her quiet question was spoken like an enthralling spell of magecraft. Said spell seemed to work, and Soujyuro sank into a sea of memories. Atop the bright white hill, they quietly sat for a while like siblings.
誰かの声が聞こえた気がする。何かを聞いているようだった。けど自分は最後まで一言も返せなかった。
Though consumed by the darkness of death, he could still vaguely recall the girl's question. He was not aware that he had died, but it seemed a fragment of time remained from when he had been with her. His expression darkened, filled with regret. Looking at his profile, Alice pressed him further.
それで欲しいものは見つかった？
Remembering that someone had asked him questions, he gave a slight nod.
ああ、そうだった。けれどね、アリス。そんなものは見つからないって思っていたんだ。うん。ずっとそう思っていた。
The regret in his voice was accompanied by a hint of strength. Lowering his gaze, Soujyuro saw a white flower garden that looked like something from the afterlife. It shone brightly, captivating him.
思い出した。青子の前でざっくり言ったんだ。
Oh shit, he remembers that? Oof.
なのに生きているのはどういうことなんだろう。
He said, prodding his body curiously. His arms were their old selves again. But what of Aoko? Turning toward Alice for an answer, who was sat among the flowers, looking sullen.
巻き戻されたのよ、しずきくんは。この風景も本来はあなたの記憶だけど、わからない。
Alice seemed to be speaking in riddles.
俺の記憶って、その割には知らないところなんだけど。
今しずきくんの時間は青子に使われているから、それが戻されるまで思い出すことはないわ。
Interesting. She answered ominously as she cast a gaze over the flower garden.
でもこれが消えてしまうのは残念ね。元に戻れば 思い返せるのは私だけなのに。
Oh. Looking at the white blossom, she smiled momentarily.
おう
Her words only confused him further.
アリス、君答える気がないんだろ
He said dejectedly, prompting Alice to face him. What emotions lay inside those deep eyes?
意味のない話だけど聞きたい？
Hey, Avalon.
う。聞きたい。アリスが教えてくれるならなおさらだ。
He nodded enthusiastically while Alice took a deep breath and closed her eyes. When she spoke in as caring a tone as she was capable of.
結論だけ言うと、あなたは一度死んで生き返ったの。
Imagine someone telling you that.
しずきくんが瞳子さんに殺されてから、青子が目を覚ますまでの5分間分の時間を巻き戻して。
5 minutes before you opened your eyes.
その時、あなたは10年近い年月を青子に使われた。
I mean, honestly, that's a lot, of course, 10 years, but he was dead, right? So, sounds like a good trade deal, right?
二人とも肉体年齢は変わってないから、中の時間だけ持っていったんでしょうね。
Mental time, though? Huh? Interesting.
だから今、この景色を懐かしく思えるのは青子だけ。
I'm honestly kind of confused as how this works, but, maybe it'll be a bit more clear later.
そして、
And once the time exchange was over, neither Aoko nor Soujyuro would remember what happened during these moments. Oh, interesting. That's why Alice said she would be the only one that remembers, huh? Oh, wow. Interesting. When Aoko used someone else to channel her true magic, it did not affect her alone. If she had rewound time only for herself, the temporal inconsistencies would form part of her own experience. However, this was proper time travel. Oh shit. The inconsistencies would be corrected. When the magic ended, both Aoko's memories of this place and Soujyuro's unfamiliarity with it would be corrected. This miracle would become unrealized. Only the observers would remember this brilliantly white sea of flowers, Alice and Toko. And isn't Beowulf as well in that? Unless, I guess, maybe he's like completely out mentally, I don't know, but yeah.
時間を持っていく
He asked, his head tilting even farther at Alice's general explanation. She recalled how Aoko said that if you gave him a roundabout answer, he would stop asking questions, even if he did not comprehend it. Yeah, that did happen previously.
しずきくんを生き返らせる方法はなかったから、命の復元より死そのものの回避を青子は試みたのよ。まだ青子には無理なのか、それとも今回もひよったのか。大きな操作は避けて小さな操作、自分とあなただけの交換にとどめたよね。あなたは今5分間だけ時間を飛んだことになるわ。仮に遠い未来、この時間を検索できる人がいたとしても、あなただけは誰にも見つけられない。
Damn, this is some five-head stuff,
だっ
dude.
て時間軸の上にいなかったんですもの。そして同時に青子は自分の時間を上乗せするためにあなたから時間を借り受けた。多分幼年期の時間でしょうね。個人の時間操作は忘却している部分の方が楽だと聞くし、しず
Should I slow down? Alice asked with her eyes. All he could do was nod.
つまり2つの奇跡を青子は行使したの。あなたの体の巻き戻しと自分の体の早送りね。
So it went two ways. Interesting.
しずきくんの時間に介入する際、 ついでに10年分の時間を借り受けて未来の自分を持ってきた、だから今瞳子さんを殺そうとしているのは27歳分の時間を持った。
I mean, I have no idea either, food. I haven't seen that shit. I'm trying to get 27. So she got plus 10, yeah. What on earth was Alice talking about? What's blood waffling? Soujyuro's expression gave away his thoughts, though the part about Toko made him furrow his brow.
瞳子さんを殺すって青子が。
もう終わってるでしょうけど。
As soon as Alice answered, he sped off. He's going immediately, even if he probably doesn't even understand. Myself included, to be honest. Kicking up white petals behind him as he ran, the brave boy who defeated a werewolf was back. He's back! With a vengeance. No time to talk. Gotta go. Alice watched him go. On a snowy night, the same boy ran down Shiro Inuzuka Hill for her too. And that was a great scene. Holy. That was a good one. He entered the old school building. Lights flashed and the sounds of destruction exploded around him, threatening to turn the area into a burial ground. Still, he remained locked in.
ほら。悪いけれど、やっぱり無駄だったわ。
Yeah, she ain't stopping that guy. Her words only reached the white flowers around her. Aoko knew Soujyuro too well, so she wanted Alice to stop him. If he tried to interfere in the battle against Toko, she could not protect him this time. But it was too late to celebrate Aoko's judgment now. The girl in black had no intention of going after him. She simply sat for a while, gazing forlornly at the transient flower garden. Holy. Oh, the music. Storm of magic bullets struck down a hail of lightning blades. A mage's workshop was their home base and the last line of defense. It featured an abundance of defensive spells designed to cut down brazen challengers and thieves. The old school building was no exception, painstakingly rigged by the puppet master and the rune mage Aozaki Toko. A reflection of her bizarre obsessions, the workshop was set to indiscriminately destroy any intruders. Toko complained as she ran down the hallway, activating her traps along the way. But nothing seemed to work. None of the runes, regardless of their quality or quantity, could slow her sister down. Her reaction speed and ability to predict attacks could only be described as transcendent. Even magic bullets she fired from both her arms were too much, destroying the runes and the very walls that housed them. She seems like she's disappointed, but she's clearly sweating about it though. Whoa. As she spat out her words, the ceiling opened, increasing the pressure from the runes. Invisible walls popped up in the hallway. Aoko stopped and swung her right leg upward. Straight toward the ceiling. I like that it says selling. Whoops. Her foot cut through the thick air like a knife through butter, shattering the ceiling and the runes along with it. This is a quality banter.
なの思い出の校舎なんだから、もっと大切に扱いなさいよね。
Damn. Yeah, this building is gonna get trashed, sadly. The wooden boards along the hallway that had withstood decades of wind and snow were now destroyed. Aoko charged forward. The chaos was inevitable. While Toko's runes cursed living creatures, Aoko's bullets destroyed all without prejudice.
夕方のかけらもない。あんなのが
Hey
自分の
Panzani, how you
妹だ
doing?
と思うと。
Toko would do anything to change her blood, but there were more pressing matters at hand. The girl rushing her now was not the sister she remembered, but rather a more complete version of her. Toko couldn't afford to let her guard down for a second. But
そんなものが魔法であるものか。
localized time travel, Toko didn't believe that was the true nature of Aozaki's magic. Aoko's transformation had to be a mere byproduct of true magic. She couldn't make heads or tails of its depths, even with Aoko having achieved it. At the very least, it was not so simple a miracle. After all, the concept of time travel was already made possible through the second magic. The record manipulation, revision of possibilities, and so forth involved the operation of parallel worlds. That's kaleidoscope, right? I think I could be wrong. So then there was no way that could be the fifth magic.
となると、次に出てくる疑問はこれか。
Yeah, okay.
青子、貴様、その10年分の時間をどこから持ってきた？
Damn, look at the walls and ceiling.
あのボンクラからよ、悪い。後で返すんだから、あんたに非難される覚えはありませんけど。
That made sense. There was a bias, but the amount of time on this axis had been changed. Yeah, the music is great. But
では、あの5分間はどうする？まさか私を始末した後、彼を元の状態に戻すのか？
Aoko stopped in her tracks. Toko had took aim at Aoko's glaring oversight. Aozaki magic and Aoko's humanity were inconsistent.
そうだ。時間操作では死者の蘇生は許されない。お前がしたことは一時だけの気休めか。
The magic crests on Toko's back began to demonstrate their true worth. Drawing upon the magical energy stored in the crests, she materialized her largest trap yet in the hallway.
あるいはより罪深い暴虐ということだ。
3 rune stones appeared. Their scale and level of magical energy were wildly different from the other runes, created by Tolkien herself at the Mages Association. They were replicas of one of the lost primordial runes created by a Nordic giant. I wonder if Scotty would have access to these. Sounds a lot like it. The 3 thin crystalline lenses amplified her carved runes tens of millions of times. They rendered projectiles like magic bullets ineffective. Even if Aoko's magical output far exceeded Toko's, these giant slabs were several times more powerful still. Aoko's signature magecraft could only release magical energy, so she had no way to defend or evade the attack. God damn. New CG. Odd. Ooh. But pushing herself out, Aoko took a deep breath of resolve. Instead of defending or dodging, she went low and charged into the rune storm. She has jeans in this outfit, right? Kinda based.
時間軸に存在していないな。
Plot twist. Infuriated by the realization, Tolko set her crests to full power. Through repeated, second long bursts of time travel, Aoko was able to avoid the runes completely. She was either sending the attack's impact to a different time or layering several thousands of herself atop one another. Whatever, no way she could keep up that kind of magical energy output. Aoko kicked the crystal slab to pieces. 2 remained, distance 30 feet. Toko had 10 seconds of magical energy left, but that was all she needed. Aoko, on the other hand, would stop now if she had any common sense as a mage. She couldn't continue breaking the rules for much longer. Then again, time travel itself was breaking the rules. Yeah, exactly.
Aoko!
Once again, Aoko used the same technique. Toko's suspicion turned into white-hot hatred. She couldn't care less about her time travel formula. It was the same amount of energy she had, where she was pulling the energy necessary to jump through the time for so long. It was the death of Soujyuro Shizuki. If she had brought him back 5 minutes to when he was still alive, where would those 5 minutes go? Aoko's magic wasn't using parallel worlds to change this one. Oh, I get it now. It's the 5 minutes after he got like revived with the time travel. So that's why, you know, Alice had to repeat the question so many. I get it now. Okay, I was a bit confused on that, but it's like, yeah. It's at that point. Then those next 5 minutes after he was resuscitated were lost. Okay. She had only rewound Soujyuro's 5 minutes. Then logically he'd return to being a corpse as soon as the magic ended. Time travel that didn't change the world couldn't change the past. Therefore, if she wanted to save him, she had to either truly resurrect him or send those 5 minutes of reality somewhere far away without returning them. Damn, she's like, I don't want those back. Aoko showed no sign of slowing. From behind her crystal barrier, Toko glared at Aoko with disdain.
答えろ、Aoko! 貴様、彼の時間をどこにやった？そこにあった熱量の帳尻をどうやって合わせている？そんなの知るか！あいつの時間なら遥かな未来に置いて
She
きたわ
just
よ。
tossed them somewhere? Okay. 15 feet to go. Faced with such badness, Toko wanted to cover her eyes. She put the death of the present into the distant future. A time paradox would have been more humane. Such an enormous haphazard consumption of heat could not be allowed. After all, time travel alone required a massive amount of energy. Magical energy was required to bring things from somewhere else. At the same time, losing something that exists here consumed an incredible amount of energy. And what about the energy used for cooling? If either fell out of the equilibrium, it would mean total chaos. The distortion caused by her magic would come to affect this entire sector of space.
ここに極まったな。何千億年後に来る宇宙の死滅、人類の行く末に待つデッドエンドにさらなる負債を押し付ける気か。
The heat death of the universe? Yeah, I don't think they're reaching that anytime soon.
この星の頭上に隕石を作っているようなものだぞ。というか、お前の重みでこの星を押しつぶす気か。
Yacht. That last comment made Aoko's eyes widen. Her every step exerted such force it broke the floorboards beneath her feet.
その時はその時で今度は負債を過去に送ってやるわよ。それなら文句ないんでしょ。
True. I guess the past would be better, because it's already gone.
歪みに潰されるのは過去だけなんだから。
それで解決したつもりか。現在が確定している以上、過去を消滅させてもいいと。それでいいのは私たちだけだ。問題の総量、宇宙の負債はどうする？
Exactly. Even if the universe were closed or the present were still expanding, the absurd increase in heat consumption would become uncontrollable. That which waits for the end of infinite expansion, infinite consumption, and infinite growth is a future without hope, the nothingness before creation. Eventually the universe would burn up.
青崎の魔法はその結末をより確かなものにす
Some
るだけ
crazy
だ。
stuff, dude.
その責任をお前は
言われなくても分かってる。責任なんて私が生きてる間に何とかするのよ。
Yeah, let her cook, dude. 5 feet to go. The rune blast, now carrying all of Tolko's hatred, focused into a scorching hot laser beam. Her body being torn into by the intense heat and her emotions raging, Aoko drove her foot into the ground.
責任を取ると言ったな。ではその具体案は。
そんなのこれから考えるに決まってるでしょ。
Time to punch.
お前は最悪だ。
Toko's last defense was shattered. Close enough to connect, the two mages unleashed their magecraft. That's a pretty cool CG right there. Wow. Look at that. Red runes, blue ether. In a cascade of magic bullets, Aozaki Toko's crests were torn to pieces, and so was Toko herself. GG? Question mark? Hold? It was just as Alice said. By the time Soujyuro arrived, it was already over. The old school building's wooden boars had survived the elements for decades, but they were not ready for a mage duel. The entrance door hung off its hinges. The floorboards groaned. The stairs were ready to collapse underfoot. Toko's escape and Aoko's pursuit had left a trail of destruction, leading all the way to the second floor. The chaos continued to the end of the hallway, by the stairs to the third floor. Toko sat in a heap with her back against the wall. Despite her injuries, she kept her eyes firmly on Aoko. Wow. She was bleeding internally and had multiple broken bones. Yeah, she looks fucked up, dude. She would not be moving anytime soon. Possibly damaged by Aoko's flying kick, her mystic eyes had ruptured from within, closing them indefinitely. Despite her battered and broken body, she was still breathing steadily, a testament to her stubbornness. Before her stood Aoko, staring down at her, uninjured.
屋上までは持つと思っていたんだが。
Toko was not trying to be facetious. She sounded genuinely disappointed. Aoko responded with a cold glare. Her azure eyes had not changed one bit. They were callous as ever, yet undeniably beautiful. Oh, it's Jackie.
Moist if Chigan,
With
West
the
if Chigan,
50
West if
big
Chigan,
ones.
West if Chigan, 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 West if Chigan.
Yeah. Hey, dude, thank you so much for the 50 months. And a big welcome back to the Gao Gang. Very, very nice of you. Thank you. Good morning, I assume. From where she stood, Aoko held her hand out toward Toko, like a hunter about to put a wounded prey out of its misery. Well, this is also a scene we've kind of seen before, right? When she was gonna kill Soujyuro back at the amusement park, right? This is awfully reminiscent, or yeah, like very awfully reminiscent of that. There you go, words. The victor was decided. The mage came to steal land and got a death sentence for her trouble. The silence was disquieting. Moonlight peered through the demolished ceiling, illuminating the two sisters with its stare. The utterly mad sibling squabble was over. Now the fireworks were finished, and the cold wind had returned to claim the old school building.
何か言い残すことはある？
Aoko's voice cut through the silence. Toko thought for a moment, before lightly patting her coat pocket. Nothing, she frowned. Oh, was she going for a cigarette? But she was out. Yeah.
最後に一服と思ったが、あいにくお前を待っている間に吸い切ってしまってね。日本のタバコはうますぎていけない。
Well, I wonder if Nasu smokes. Aoko gave a small nod.
なかなか常人には真似できない遺言だったわ。
待て待て。いくら私でも遺言まで謎かけをする気はないよ。お望み通り、敗者は敗者らしく当倍をあげるから聞くといい。
Toko's voice was laden with sarcasm, but not hostility or hatred. Perhaps her vendetta was not directed at Aoko herself, but rather a product of two sisters born into a mage family.
青崎の魔法が時間旅行に端を発するものとは思わなかった。まだ事情がありそうだが、当事者ではない私には何ともね。ボンプにはわからない悩みだ。せいぜい大事に付き合っていけばいいさ。しかし10年経ってもそれでは先が思いやられる。アリスは何をしていたんだか。
アリスにしてはよく付き合ってくれた方よ。魔術師としてはいつまでも半人前っていうのが彼女の結論。けどまあそうね。あの狼とならいい勝負をしたんじゃない？
あれはダメだ。敗北を知ってしまった。
Too much emotional damage.
半人前に値で勝っていようが、魔法の前には得意性を見失うだろう。ところでアオコ、お前の魔法とやらは手段か、それとも結果か。
Toko wanted to know if it came before or came after. Did Aoko need magic to get where she needed to go? Or did she obtain magic as a result of reaching that place?
あとよ。私は扉の前で尻尾を巻いたから、ジジイの思惑なんて知らないけど。
第一魔法と同じ経緯か。ますます業が深い。第2から第4はその場所へ到達するために生み出されたものと聞く。同族嫌悪は世の常だ。いずれ第一と食い合わなければいいのだがね。しかし扉ときたか。魔法の継承とはパスの継承のようだな。ではやはりここにユミルの入り口があると。
Ymir's entrance? What?
北欧かぶれのあなたにとってはね。私にとってはアカシャの門と言えるもの。
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
最初からそれを狙っていたんでしょ、あなたは。
Toko used every ounce of strength she could find to nod.
望めば手に入るというのに何台も待つのは嫌だったんだ。ソフトはそれで決別したようなものだったよ。
So she was impatient, so she went rogue basically. That's the gist of it. She just wanted to get there faster.
青崎に対する復讐心はそれには優先されなかった。まあ全ては終わったことだ。もう語る必要はない。最後に 根源に触れた感想が聞きたい。
Touching the root. Toko spoke after taking a deep breath. Her last words showed no trace of hatred. Aoko remained silent as she began raising her right hand up high. She recalled her grandfather's orders, the source of true magic. Revealing one's knowledge or impressions of the root was strictly forbidden. So only the ones that actually reach it are they can't even talk about it or anything. Damn, dude. Oof. But this was her sister's dying wish. Maybe it would be okay. The conversation would end the moment she brought her arm down. Then this rotting shell of a building would become her sibling's tomb. What harm could it do? And it's not like she planned to follow her grandfather's rules anyway.
白状するとね、姉さん。
Aoko's voice carried through the blue hallway.
正直、全然わからなかったわ。
Damn, that's gonna... Dude, she's gonna be like not dying satisfied with that. Oh no. Aoko gave a blunt reply and then brought her arm down like a bolt of lightning. Damn. Or at least she tried to. Oh, I have a feeling I know what happened. Yeah, I knew he was gonna grip it, yeah. Her arm wouldn't listen to her. It wouldn't budge.
何のつもり？
Whoa. Cursing Alice, Aoko spat her question out with venom. Soujyuro materialized from behind, taking hold of her raised arm. Though unable to express it, Toko was shocked to see him too.
で、話して。
Without looking at him or even at her restrained hand, Aoko spoke sternly, her eyes forward. Come to think of it, at the amusement park, he appeared out of nowhere to protect her from that puppet.
聞こえなかった。二度はないわよ。
She was not bluffing. If he interfered, even he would be given no mercy. I've decided to let you live. It would go against that promise, but he should know better. Even so, he maintained his grip on her arm.
いい加減に。
As Aoko turned around, the word told caught her in her throat. She immediately regretted looking at him. She saw herself in his expression. Mournful sadness, judgmental anger. His conflicting emotions spoke to her of her own internal struggle. Voicelessly, quietly, without volition. Rustic gray eyes questioning a deep sin.
言いたいことがあるならはっきり口にしなさい。それができないなら消えて。
He gently released her arm as she maintained her resolve. They locked eyes, neither friend nor foe. Their bitterness clashed without words. And then suddenly...
人殺しはいけないことだ。
He stated in that matter-of-fact way of his with which Aoko had become all too familiar. His words were empty, trite even, and yet given her current state they reached her. Although she would soon forget the fragments of his memories, they made her painfully aware of how he felt. Still, he could not agree with him. It would come back to bite her. If she let Toko go now, her sister would come for her again. She had already made 2 attempts on her life. Aoko did not have it in her to forgive her sister for what she had done. Above all, just as Toko said, if Aoko did not change, she would be a novice forever. She had not even won her first mage battle yet, and she knew putting down a blood relative would require even more conviction. Nevertheless, his words echoed over and over in her heart. Murder is wrong, such a childish phrase, but the earnestness with which he said it, it was enough to make her sick. Resisting, Aoko glowered at Soujyuro.
だから殺されたくせにその相手までかばうっていうのあんたは。
He's the type of guy to protect the guy that just killed you.
相手でも見逃してやれっていうの。
まさかそこまで言ったら聖者だ。
But he would probably still let her go. He did not think that Toko would change. He also did not care to rationalize her actions based on her life. He was simply thankful. Thankful that this person before him was still alive. You seem pretty damn saintly to me. That was what had made Aoko so angry. His overwhelming innocence and self-righteousness enraged her, like the Hall of Mirrors was happening all over again. The only difference was now she knew why he was acting like this. It was because she had taken a part of him. He took a step forward, passing by her, saying words he knew he should not.
仕返しなら殺された人間がやるのが筋だろう。
Wow.
君を止められないのは分かってる。だから青崎がやるぐらいなら。
Oh wow. Well, that was unexpected. It was difficult to discern who was the more pathetic in all of this. Toko, who had been staring at them the whole time, closed her other eye as if drifting off to sleep.
ごめんなさい、トコさん。
Knowing her fate, Toko dropped her head as best as she could as he walked toward her.
そうだな。君にはそれもいいかもしれない。今は特殊な状況だから、冷めた後に君がどれほど悔やむことになるか想像もできない。ただ、それで君の停滞は終わるだろう。晴れてみそぎ落としというわけだ。純粋に祝福してあげられる。
Hey Alpha, how you doing?
気に食わないのは、それを決意させたのが私ではなかったということぐらいか。
She knew that Soujyuro could not understand her words. Hanging in the air, she closed her lips tightly, then weakly stuck out her slender neck. Soujyuro took another step forward. Whoa. Before he could do anything, Aoko moved. Spinning in front of him, she cut off her magical energy and swung her hand as hard as she could. The sound of her slapping his face echoed through the hall, along with his staggering steps.
青崎。
Slapped. Tears of anger welling in her eyes, Aoko turned her back to him, sulking as though she would kill him as soon as she looked at him again.
他人の記憶を取り込んだ代償か。引きずられたな、青子。
Wow.
そうよ。自分の意志を人に曲げられるのがこんなに悔しいなんて知らなかった。
She's got some of his thinking now, in this moment. That was about all Aoko could mutter in response. The corners of Toko's lips curled into a grin.
何がおかしいのよ、あなた。
いや、お前にも人並みの情けがあるとは思っていなくてね。バカ呼ばわりは訂正しておくよ。他人の理想を背負うのに怯えるなんて、10年経っても可愛いじゃないか。
Well.
あんたね。
そう睨むな。今のは心からの賛辞だ。で、私をどうする？彼に殺させるか、それとも見逃すか？
仕方ないでしょ。あなたの言う通り、これが何よりの代償だったんだから。
Aoko said begrudgingly, shooting Soujyuro a sideways glance. He seemed to have recovered from the slap, and his usual absent-minded look had returned. He may have had no memories of his past, but his morals and values were too deep to be erased. He was trying to violate those. It would eat away at him forever. And he would be doing it for not for himself, but for Aoko. Aoko understood this all too well now. The moment he said he would do it was the moment he lost. Not stopping him would be no different than watching him die. And she would lose something important inside her. Aoko did not want that to happen.
大崎、やっぱりその自分の受けた傷は自分で返さないと気が済まない性格か？
True, that is a question right there in chat. Aoko ignored Soujyuro, who seemed to have gotten the wrong idea. Instead, she directed her scowl at Toko, who still lay collapsed in front of her.
わかったわよ。トウコ。
Oh
今回は
shit.
見逃してあげる。けど、ただで帰れるとは思ってないわよね。
Oh. Toko scolded at her little sister standing smugly over her.
祖父のところに突き出すのなら、ここで引導を渡して。
Okay, a bit morbid, but kind of funny.
まさか、私もあの人には会いたくないもの。あ
That
なたに
poor
はこの
guy,
まま出て行って
hated
もら
by
う。
his grandchildren.
邪魔もしないし、教会に届けも出さない。いつかは私が言い含めておくから、今回の件は私たちだけの秘密よ。
Toko's brows creased further. There had to be a catch.
青子、何を企んでいる？
別に、その代わりに呪いをプレゼントしようと思って。今まで散々ガンド食らってきたし。
Now how merciful of her.
まあ、私のはちょっと強力だけど。今後この土地に入ろうものなら、マダガスカルガエルになってもらうわ。
Smiling as if they had turned, just arranged to eat Chinese food tomorrow night, Aoko walked toward Toko.
はて、なんでそういうものだけ習得してるんだ、お前
What
は。
timeline is this again? I would assume this is the same as like Stay Night stuff, like the main, quote-unquote main timeline of Nasu stuff, right?
そりゃ師匠がアリスだもの。偏るのは当然でしょ？
I could be wrong though, but I think that's what it is. The elder Aozaki sister's brow knitted so hard it could have produced a sweater. Perhaps this is why her sister would stay a novice forever.
宗十郎、席外して。覗き見が趣味なら別に見ていってもいいけど。
Well. As she spoke, she began removing her sister's overcoat. The uncomfortable look in Toko's eyes compared to the strangely cheerful one in Aoko's caused him to hesitate. Was it really okay to leave the two of them alone? Eventually, he nodded. This was just a weird game between sisters.
覗き見は確かにいい趣味じゃないな。
Well, it happens in both. Muttering more to himself than anything, he ducked into an empty classroom.
なんだそのブサイクで悪趣味な術式は。センスがないにも程がある。お前本当に私の妹か？
Well, I had a feeling this is at least the same as K and K, and because obviously Toko is in K and K, yeah, I was kind of expecting her to live here.
ええ、この通り。
So it's not super surprising, obviously.
姉貴に持っていかれた哀れな妹でして。嘆くなら自分の天才性を嘆きなさい。どうか？
Whoa. Down the cold, dilapidated hallway, cries of sadness, joy, and anguish rang out. Is that chapter finished? That'll be perfect timing. Nope, we're still here. So does anyone know how much there's left of this chapter? Because there's still one more after this, right? Am I close to end of 12, right? Is it 12? I can do a bit of overtime if it's not like super far away. Like 20 minutes. Okay, we'll finish. We'll do overtime to finish 12 here. Okay, there's a lot of mixed. Someone says 20, someone says very little, someone says far away. I don't mean at the end of the game, because I know there's a 13. We're not going to be doing 13 today. I'm just talking about chapter 12 here. This one right here. Okay, so yeah, 13 would still be done on a different stream. But yeah, let's keep going then. Okay. Outside, the fully bloomed white flower petals floated one by one into the night. Standing among the ballet of petals, Alice gazed up at the sky. The blossoms gathered into a cloud, then slowly vanished, as though falling asleep. We'll be done after this with the stream, Dima, if that's what you're asking. This is now already kind of entering overtime mode. Soon not a single flower would remain, and the clearing would return to a snowy tundra. The magic had ended. In a matter of minutes, the past would return to its rightful place. Along with it, the time shared between the boy and the girl. The old school building was still. Alice embraced the silence and patiently waited. After a while, Soujyuro emerged from the building, and Alice released a puff of white breath. A small sigh of relief. It was over. Soujyuro approached, carrying Aoko, cradling her in her arms, or his arms. Was she asleep? Her eyes were closed and she seemed peaceful. Yeah, back to the present day Aoko. Her hair and limp body dangled like a silk drape. She looked just like Sleeping Beauty. Also Princess Carrie moment. There it is. Oh shit! Suit appearing today as well. Wow. Hey dude, thank you so much for another 5 gifted subs. Still doing it daily, huh? At least I think you have been doing it for daily for a while now. Wow, thank you so much, dude. And hey, congrats to all the winners. Enjoy the gifts. How's it going? Man, that's a cool CG though, actually. He said, holding Aoko with little effort. Alice nodded. Damn, Alice is short.
いや、よくわからないけど、トウコさんは帰ったよ。青崎が言うには、そう簡単に解除できない呪いをかけたから、向こう10年は三崎市には入ってこれないって。
10 years, awfully convenient, huh?
その後、トウコさんが尻尾を巻くのを仁王立ちで見届けて、見えなくなったらそのまま倒れた。
What about the red shadow? Was that not gonna be like something that was gonna like kill Toko or Aoko for using the 5th magic? Alice's response was brief, as if she was wondering if things were really so simple. She seemed more concerned about Toko than Aoko, which made Soujyuro concerned about Alice and Aoko's relationship more than anything.
それはともかくとして。
Nothing so far, just theories. Oh, is it actually representing the counter force? That would be interesting. Because it is messing with the world, right? Basically, even if it's local, right? It is. I guess it would attract the attention of the counter force if that's the case.
青子はどうなっているんだろう。
She said the red shadow is herself too. Yeah, interesting. I mean, considering it is related to time traveling, I guess that's not, you know, off the table either. Yeah. He asked nonchalantly as he looked at Aoko breathing deeply in her sleep.
矛盾と清純を合わせているのね。彼女の時間は今の時間とは異なってしまったから。歯車を合わせるまで目は覚めないわ。
Soujyuro nodded in understanding, very clearly still not comprehending a word Alice had just said.
なんか拍子抜けしたよ。結局、トウコさんと青崎、どっちが勝ったのかよくつかめない。
そうね。魔術師の争いには明確な点数はつけられないから。トウコさんの大目的が青崎の魔法の解明なら、魔法を使わされた時点で青子の負けよ。その後のいざこざは凱旋する勝者を夜道で襲ったようなものだし。
Alice said as she turned her sights to the forest. Even Soujyuro could tell that was Alice's way of saying, "Let's go home."
そうだね。青崎もアリスもこのままじゃ風邪をひく。ああ、それと青崎がトウコさんに呪いをかけるとき何かしてたんだけど。
He trailed off, hoping Alice would tell him what it was, but a stony and somewhat affected gaze was her response.
見たのしずきくん。
Oh.
いや青崎が出てけって。
そう。それで青子はどんな呪いをかけたの？
カエルがどうとか。
Okay, dude. His explanation made Alice's expression darken. Aoko was still a long way from learning any sort of polymorph spells.
So.
Yeah, that's a cool like piece of this CG as well, right? This could be like a wallpaper, honestly. Looks cool from this angle. Her thoughts prevented her from finishing the sentence. In actuality, it was perfectly within Aoko's abilities considering where she was in that time at that moment. Oh, this is from the trailer? Oh, cool. As Aoko had said, Toko would not be able to dispel the curse for 10 years. And Aoko of this time had the ability to use such a curse, which meant Toko did not have anyone to rebound the curse to. No matter how much she researched dispelling powerful curses, she could not do it with the Aoko of this timeline.
青子が瞳子さんにつけたのは切り傷ぐらいだから、しずきくんが心配するようなことはないわ。青子にしては随分と生ぬるし。
I mean, she was about to kill her, so there's that. After her slightly unsettling remark, Alice quietly began to walk. Soujyuro followed her, Aoko in his arms. Together they left the clearing and moved into the forest. As they did, he abruptly froze.
しずきくん。
He looked back toward the old school buildings filled with a strange expression. No, all the flowers. Was it homesickness he felt? Though this was only his second time seeing it, he had a nostalgic feeling, like he would never be back. He looked like a child saying goodbye to an old toy that was to be thrown away. Seeing his expression, Alice felt a hint of sympathy and chided herself.
あの荒れ地がどうかした？
She asked him, watching the flowery garden fade into a snowy field. He shook his head.
なんとなく知っている場所に似て
I mean, it was made from his memories, right? So I guess maybe it was somewhere in the mountains he grew up then, right? That's a safe assumption, I assume. Yeah. Hey Crash, how you doing? Yeah, this game is great. This part has been like crazy.
おかしいな。やってきた時はそんな気はしなかったのに。
Is it better to admit that this is the better than the Stay Night story-wise? It's hard to say. I really love Servants, because they make the story so much more interesting. I love Servants. Like, there's so much, you know, theory, crafting, and whatnot you can do. Like, this is way more straightforward, but man, it is really good, though. It's really freaking good. Like, the writing is... I think I like the writing more here, for sure. It just feels more tight, you know? But I love Servants, man. It just adds so much to me in the stories. He stood staring at the tundra for what seemed like an eternity, reluctant to leave. If she left him there, he would still be gazing at it by morning, probably even longer. I mean, yeah, they are very different types of stories, you know? There was no point in doing that. In the end, Alice was the only one who would remember the beautiful scenery he yearned for.
ここはその場所にそんなに似てる？
全然似てない。面影すら皆無だ。
なら、それは気の迷いよ。
Yeah, this has way less combat than, you know, Fate stuff does. Soujyuro nodded at Alice's harsh conclusion. He smiled slightly, deciding it was pointless to want something that did not exist.
そうだね。多分幻を見ていたんだ。あれは一度幸福だった時の夢だった。
Severing the ties that bound him, he turned his back away from the snowy clearing, away from the unfamiliar yet familiar place where he had known happiness.
さあ、 早く
So that was
帰ろう
basically literally his happy place manifested. Oh.
洋館に着いたらあったかいお茶を入れよう
That can be one translation, Crow, yeah. He spoke her name with a smile. Her heart skipped a beat. Since when did he start saying her name so casually like that? Somehow she managed to nod before beginning to walk again. As he moved away from her, she asked a small question to his back.
重いって私
Okay, now we're asking the real questions. Hanging with the bears, yeah, true. Clearly he manages. Aoko was a bit taller than Alice, so naturally she would weigh more, but Alice wanted to hear him say it anyway. Yeah, there's no way Aoko would be, you know, lighter than Alice. Kind of evil to even ask this. Not one to disappoint, Soujyuro answered without missing a beat.
ああ
Call someone heavy and you might not
Wow.
live.
アリスより10キロ増しぐらい
I mean, she's still out, right? So she won't be hearing this, thank God. I mean, it's obvious, but still, you're not supposed to talk about it.
そう青子が聞いてたら大変ね
Judging by Alice's tone, she was probably going to tell Aoko later. That's so evil if she's the one asking, though. Come on, dude. You can't do him that dirty.
意地が悪いなアリスも
That's just so evil, dude.
それにさっきのは本人の名誉のために死者誤入してたんだぞ一応
Oh, dude, we actually get the face in this one, too. Like, there it is again. I wasn't expecting to see that face at all during this chapter, but there it is. The best face in the whole thing. It's the best one. It's just the best one. The Alice... I don't know what to call that expression, but it's the best expression is what it's called. There you go. His attempts at being kind had likely drawn him closer to his deathbed.
ダメかな
He asked nervously. Alice could not help but crack a smile at his innocence. However, she was not used to smiling in front of others, so she turned away and walked into the woods. From Soujyuro's POV, she was storming off in a mood.
なんだ友達の悪口で怒るなんてやっぱり仲はいいんじゃないか青崎
He rushed to catch up with Alice, gently carrying Aoko along the way. Though the prince lacked the courage to kiss the sleeping princess, he had at least saved her and was bringing her back to the castle. And what a gentleman, still not doing it because, you know, she's sleeping. Despite what he had been through, he did not look like your typical hero. Still, in this story at least, he most certainly was. Holy, that's a line, dude. And there it is! That was the end of chapter 12. Jeez, okay, that was worthy overtime, okay? And next time, I'm not even sure if this could be long, but yeah, I think this is the last chapter at least. A Tale of the Star is up next when I stream this game. Holy, dude. But that climax was just crazy, dude. That's crazy stuff. So many, like, really crazy things today. Ooh, okay. Oh, let's see what the book. I guess this can be an indicator. I mean, there's definitely some room still here, but it's not like there's that much missing. In fact, it's kind of funny. I think Witch on the Holy Night chapter 2 was actually longer than the first one, but it still has a shorter book. Did someone mess up the graphics? I feel like this should be bigger because this one definitely was. It was definitely longer. It wasn't like 2 times long or anything like that, but I feel like it was longer though. But yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. But yeah, okay. Post game is free long, so you have a bunch. Okay, yeah. Yeah, oh, we're still doing push-ups, of course. But yeah, that'll do it for Soujyuro today though. I'm gonna save again because I'm stupid. Okay, let's go to the main menu so we have some music, I guess. Wow. Okay. So yeah, next up, I'll do some push-ups. Let's see, where's my pads? Oy. Okay. I got my pad sawed. Let's see, how many push-ups do I have for today? I have 5 push-ups. Let's try and go deep. Let's go deep. Okay, here we go. Oh yeah, and I'm gonna be reading everything from the game, even the extra stuff that will probably happen. So yeah, we're gonna read everything. Okay, there it is. Okay. Oy, oy, oy. Yeah. Alright, good. There's my earbuds. Okay, I found them. So there you freaking have it, dude. Honestly, that was great. Good start to the week, man. That was so hype. There's so many good moments. Yeah, it's gonna be great when the movies eventually come out, right? Yeah. Like, I haven't even finished this yet, but I already like this a lot. It's great, man. Okay. So there you go. That'll conclude a little bit of overtime, but hey, again, definitely worth it. And tomorrow, tomorrow might be a slightly shorter stream. We'll see, because I kind of do need to get the video out early as well. But yeah, obviously, tomorrow, in case someone missed it, is going to be NA's Summer 7 event, or the start of it rather, which means we get the first banner. Which means I'm going to be rolling for Lady Avalon and Summer Gareth, okay? So that's the main point of tomorrow. We'll maybe do a bit of farming as well, and I think I have one other thing I might do on that stream, which will be a fun little thing as well. Oh yeah? But yeah, the stream might be a bit shorter, because, you know, you gotta get the video out, because YouTuber still, even though I'm a streamer, of course, I'm both, so yeah. But yeah, hopefully it goes well, and for anyone else rolling, hey, let's hopefully get some good rolls. Okay, who's my top right for summer? Oh, for this one, Scotty, I think. Scotty is my favorite of this summer. Yeah. But there you have it. Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up because I need to get some dinner. A light dinner though, because again, I'm trying to calorie deficit, okay? It's been working pretty well so far, I want to say. But yeah, for today then, thank you for the subs, the resubs, the gifted subs, for the bits and the tips and the follows, and most importantly, thank you so much for being here in general, even though again, these streams will never be that big, but you know, we still had a bunch of people here chatting, so that's nice. Again, it's understandable because it's like very spoilery content, so you know, a lot of people want to read this on their own, but hey, shout out to all of you guys being here, experiencing this with me, or at least seeing, because a lot of you guys may have already read it, but you know, at least seeing me do it. So hey, that's cool, very cool. So yeah, we'll be back tomorrow at same time. Even though the maintenance will end earlier, we're still same time as usual, okay? So it's like 2-3 hours after maintenance, I think. So yeah, be there if you want to see me roll, and otherwise check the video later if you missed the stream. Anyway, take care, have a great rest of your Wednesday or Thursday, wherever you're at, and we'll be back tomorrow. Bye!